All right, good morning, everyone. It is Tuesday, May 12th, 2026, and we're going to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. It is just after 9 a.m., and we can let the record show that all supervisors are present. Chris Lopez will be arriving shortly. Are there any additions or corrections to our closed session agenda this morning?
No additions or corrections.
All right, we have closed session items number 1A through E. Is there any public comment on our closed session agenda this morning? Seeing no one in chambers and seeing no hands raised online, we'll close public comment for closed session. We will recess to closed session, reconvening here in chambers at 10:30 a.m. Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. We are going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, May 12th, 2026. Let the record show that all supervisors are present. And I'd like to welcome Diego, who's here for Spanish interpretation services, and an announcement.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, eres intérprete español-inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor hablar lenta y suficientemente claro para que yo le escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Great, thank you very much. We have a very special presentation this morning from the Sheriff's Honor Guard. Sheriff, is there any introduction to this, or, all right, we will just, if we could all stand. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under love, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just give a shout out of appreciation to Sheriff Tina Nieto and the men and women who serve in our Monterey County Sheriff's Office. Thank them all for being here today and opening our board meeting this morning. Thank you. Okay, we can move on to additions and corrections by the clerk.
There are none.
There are none. All right, you kept that easy for us. We do have a number of ceremonial resolutions to present today, and I do see a number of folks in chambers. I'll just briefly mention that we have a couple successor agency items to get through, and then public comment will follow our present ceremonial resolutions, our consent calendar, and our successor agency agenda items. So bear with us. We'll make sure we get through everything this morning. So with that, we're going to start, and I'll ask Supervisor Alejo to do our, well, actually, before we do that,
Move approval.
see if there's any public comment on our ceremonial resolutions this morning. Seeing no one approach, we'll bring this back to the board for
Move
consideration.
approval. Second.
All right, we have a motion from Lopez, a second from Church. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you.
Good morning. Everyone, today, this resolution is proclaiming May 10th through May 16th, 2026 as National Police Week and May 15th of this year as Peace Officers Memorial Day in the County of Monterey. So I want to ask our Sheriff, Tina Nieto, and our Under-Sheriff, Keith Boyd, to join us. You want to join us on this side? How are you doing, Sheriff? All right, thank you. Everyone, this resolution is having us take a moment to pause and honor the brave men and women who put themselves on the front lines each and every day, who sacrifice, who respond during our greatest times of need, whether it's an emergency call, whether it's a wildfire, a flood, or any type of other emergency. These are the folks that are there to help you when you need them the most. It's also a day to reflect on those that we lost. And the city of Salinas, the county of Monterey, lost one of our fallen heroes, J.D. Alvarado, age 30, a United States Army veteran, on February 25th, 2022, a day that we'll never forget in our minds and in our hearts and memories. So this resolution today reads in part, in 1962, President John F. Kennedy proclaimed May 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day. And additionally, the calendar week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. There are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated members of the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. And I would just also say we have 12 cities, 12 police departments, a police department at CSU Monterey Bay, our probation, our district attorney's office, and other law enforcement agencies here in our county. Since the first recorded death in 1786, there are over 24,000 law enforcement officers in the United States who have made the ultimate sacrifice and been killed in the line of duty. The names of these dedicated public servants are engraved on the walls at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C. 239 new names of fallen heroes are being added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Wall this spring, including 111 officers killed in 2025 and 128 officers killed in previous years. The service and sacrifice of all officers killed in the line of duty will be honored during the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund's 28th Candlelight Vigil on the evening of May 13, 2026 in our nation's capital. The Candlelight Vigil is part of National Police Week, which will be observed this year from May 10th to May 16th. Friday, May 15th, this Friday is designated as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of our fallen officers and their families, and the United States flag should be flown at half-staff. I remember that day very vividly because police officers and departments from all over our nation always come to Sacramento on that day to honor our fallen officers. So therefore, be it resolved, this resolution by the County Board of Supervisors declared that May 10th through the 16th be National Police Week in the County of Monterey and publicly acknowledges and honors the dedicated service of law enforcement officers in our community and in communities across the nation. And be resolved that May 15th, 2026 shall be Peace Officers Memorial Day in the County of Monterey, and the United States flag shall be flown at the county's offices on this date. So with that, Sheriff, I want to present this resolution on behalf of our Board of Supervisors to acknowledge this sacrifice and service of all your employees, both those sworn and those civil who provide the support to our officers as well. If we could give them a big round of applause, everyone.
I'd like to invite all the sworn men and women up here for a photo
with the Board of Supervisors, if we get a photo with you. And also, I just want to remind everybody, public safety, no matter how polarized we are within our communities, because I know we're in very different times right now, these men and women that stand with me are willing to give their lives to protect our community. I'm going into my 38th year in law enforcement, and I've lost friends doing the right thing, responding to protect our communities. And so this means a lot to me. In fact, I start to tear up thinking about the friends that I've lost in this profession, not just police officers, but also any first responders, firefighters. I know the nurses are here. I want to thank you guys, because when we're hurt, we go in and meet with you guys. So I just want to honor you guys too, because I know you guys have a resolution going on. To the rest of the board, thank you. To the CAO, Susan, thank you for being good partners, working in collaboration. No matter what the topic is, again, I always say we can agree to disagree, but we try to work the best we can as a county to do the best we can for our community. So, Supervisor, thank you, and to the rest of the supervisors, thank you. Can I get you two, civilians, all professional staff? They're the backbone. Sheriff, why don't you step forward like 2 feet? Okay, because I'm short. Watch this. Here we go. Everybody bring it in.
One more last round of applause, everybody.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Next week, I almost said this week, next week, May 17th through May 23rd is National Public Works Week. And what I'd like to do, Randy, when you have you and your team, and then eventually everybody, or everybody now, come on up here. Yeah, bring them all up here. It's going to be quite a few. Hello, how are you? Good, good. How are you doing?
How are you?
There we go.
Ready?
Okay. Well,
No, that's not. Has nothing to do with that.
hey, we have everybody up here. I'd like to. This is a crowded presentation. That's okay. The Monterey County Public Works has had around for about 170 years. I mean, I've had different names at different times, but that's a long time. And I'm just looking here at the resolution, which I really need to read because it really covers the many, many things that they do. And I couldn't remember all these. It's the department has provided multiple diverse services throughout the entire county, including, but not limited to, the planning, design, construction, and operations and maintenance of its transportation system, public buildings, grounds and special districts, parks and open space, landfill and water, wastewater and stormwater management, emergency management and response, and other important programs and services, including the 5-year capital improvement program, engineering development services, county surveyor, pavement management program, and litter abatement program. And that is a lot of responsibilities, and there's a lot of people up here to do it, obviously. So it's this is, or will be next week, the 66th Annual National Public Works Week, and it's really a great honor to give this to you, Randy, on behalf of the department. And you know, one thing that I've consistently said is that these folks are first responders. And when there's storms, when there's fires, when there's floods, they are out there keeping the roads open. They're going out there on the weekends, in the middle of the night. They're working on holidays, all for the benefit of the residents of this county. And it is really underappreciated in my view, because they are doing essential services that we all have to take for granted, because every single person needs to use our roads and our infrastructure. And they do a fantastic job. We cannot thank them enough. And I'm blocking the view of this.
Thank you very much, Coach. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Supervisor Church, Chair, and members of the board. Greatly appreciate the kind words and the recognition, Supervisor Church. The third week of the month of May annually is National Public Works Week. And its roots date back to just prior to then President John F. Kennedy officially proclaiming National Public Works Week. This week of 17 May 26 through 23 May 26 represents the 66th National Public Works Week. The theme for this year is Rooted in Service, Powered by Community. And it is a recognition that all the essential work of which these hardworking employees do here in Monterey County, statewide and nationwide, are rooted in service, and we get our power from being powered by our communities, because it's those communities that we are doing service for and we're giving back to, thanks to the Board of Supervisors and the hard work of these dedicated employees, of which the county is fortunate to have. Here at the local Monterey County level, as noted by Supervisor Church, we have 1,260 miles of county-maintained roads. Again, if you stretch those end on end with each other, that'll take you 1/3 of the way across the United States in the east-west direction. There's 175 bridges, $500 million of road appurtenances like traffic signals, signage, and striping. And then beyond that, we have our special districts that are maintained, the county surveyor's office. We have the over 2.5 million square feet of county-owned building space that is maintained by our facility staff, county buildings and grounds, 5-year capital improvement plan, essential design services. All of the county's vehicles of which the county maintains are done by our county fleet. Our mail is delivered through our mail courier services. We maintain long-term records repositories for the county. And then there's over 30,000 acres of parks and open space, including the Laguna Seca recreation area and Lake Nacimiento, Lake San Antonio, as well as former Fort Ord lands. And then not to mention, we have the essential services behind the scenes, the backbone, our support staff from finance and our administrative support that ensure that they all have the tools which they need to be able to do their jobs. And that's also in a large part thanks to the support that we receive from you, the community, and the County Board of Supervisors, including with new Measure AA funds that have come to improving roads at an accelerated rate, as well as park spaces at an accelerated rate. But again, these are the spokes of the county wheel that keep it going by maintaining the product and market infrastructure, ranging from the roads, the bridges, the county buildings, and then our parks and recreation spaces for our public. We invite the public to attend our next Public Works Week event, which is being held this Sunday at Toro Park, 17 May 26. We have various advertisements on it for social media, and in a large part, it's part of what our effort is to show the public the importance of what we do, as well as how we do it, and teach them a little bit more about what is all involved with public works, facilities, and parks here at the county level. And it's also to invite interest for the next generation of employees, so that way the county has a fully functioning, sustainable workforce to take our places when that time does come. So again, thank you very much, Chair, members of the board, Supervisor Church, for this recognition of our staff. And thank you all, the Public Works, Facilities, and Park staff, for all the hard work you do, rain or shine, in the middle of a storm, in the middle of a fire emergency event, or just your daily jobs on the roads themselves, patching potholes, trimming back trees, and keeping our county buildings going and HVAC systems going. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Marcy, thank you very much. I'll take that. John, would you mind taking that back to the yard, please? Yes, please.
As they're taking their seats and exiting the room, can I have the recipients of the National Nurses Week resolution? I'm presenting it to Natividad and the County of Monterey Health Department. So if you all will come up here. Wonderful. Excellent. So what I'm going to do is hand this perhaps to you to hold up, and let's take the sticker off the bottom. Excellent. So thank you for joining us. All of the representatives of both Natividad and the County Health Department who are here with us today, thank you so much for joining me as we proclaim National Nurses Week in Monterey County. There are over 650 nurses at Natividad alone. I'm going to wait for that door to close just so we give this proclamation the attention it deserves. All right, I think we have some quiet. There are more than 650 nurses at Natividad alone. When we add the nurses working across the county's public health and behavioral health services and clinics, we're talking about a workforce that touches nearly every aspect of health in Monterey County. Nurses care for us in some of the most intense moments of our lives, during birth, through health crises, in hospice. They support us and our loved ones when we're most medically fragile, in the NICU and in the ICU. And they're with us at our primary care for our routine checkups, supporting preventive medicine and the management of chronic conditions. This week's theme, the power of nurses, shows us the power that nurses show up in ways we don't always recognize. We think about the nurse who sits with a frightened patient because no family member can be there, or the public health nurse doing outreach in a rural, low-income community, building the trust needed for people to seek the medical care that they need. 5 Natividad nurses this year were recognized with DAISY Awards for extraordinary nursing. 4 team members received Partners in Caring Awards for exemplary collaboration with nursing staff. Those individual recognitions point to something larger, a culture where nursing excellence is seen named, and rewarded. National Nurses Week ends May 12th, the birthday of Florence Nightingale, the founder of modern nursing. Her core argument that the conditions of care determine the quality of care is still true. And the nurses of Monterey County prove it every single day. I'm going to end with my favorite quote from Florence Nightingale, because I think of nurses as active duty public servants, and this quote really honors the change making that each and every one of you do every single day. She said, "Rather 10 times die in the surf, heralding the way to a new world, than stand idly by on the shore." That's what we do each and every day. So thank you all for your service. And with that, who would like to take the microphone? Give it to Dr. Harris.
Thank you, Supervisor Daniels. This is always a great week, and this year we get to celebrate a number of things at the hospital this week, and also with my colleague Elsa here and her folks and my colleagues to my left. I really think you hit it on the head. You talked about extraordinary nurses, and you alluded to the Daisy Award, which is a very special program at Natividad. And I wanted to share with you an encapsulation of the power of nurses. And these are not my words. These are the words of a patient that nominated one of our nurses in the ICU. In the scariest time of our lives, when everything felt dark and uncertain, Asa is a light for our family. When we were overwhelmed with fear, she brought calm. When we had questions, she brought patience and clarity. When our hearts were breaking, she showed compassion. She didn't just care for our brother, she cared for us. She was always checking on our family, always observant, always willing, and she truly poured her whole heart into her patients. Because of her and the incredible team at Natividad Medical Center, we were able to breathe a little easier. Asa, you will never know how much you mean to us. That really encapsulates all nurses. It encapsulates the nurses at Natividad and at the health department as well. And truly the incredibly meaningful things that they do in the lives of individuals, their families, and their community. And as I say in the Daisy Award, in my deep appreciation of all that you do, who you are, and the incredibly meaningful difference you make in the lives of so many people. Thank you.
So I'm Elsa Jimenez. I'm the Director of Health Services, and I have the privilege of working with nurses across our system in our Public Health Bureau, in clinic services, and in behavioral health. Where in clinic services and behavioral health, our nurses are part of a care team that we formulated to really support the individual in the time of crisis, but also look at them as a whole person and make sure that they're receiving the linkages and services that they need. And then in public health, where we really focus on population health, do our residents have what they need to be able to live well? Are we monitoring and following up when we have a communicable disease? Going into homes and supporting our first-time moms and making sure that we follow them over a 2-year period to make sure that that child achieves all the milestones they need to, and more importantly, that the mother as well is able to pursue higher education. I am very honored to be working with nurses across our organization, and I also want to lift up that we have very good relationships with our local higher institutions of education, where there now are pathways for individuals who want to pursue nursing to go through Hartnell and CSUMB, and now we're looking at developing perhaps master's level and graduate level programs so that we can give residents in our community the opportunity to pursue higher education in their own community and then be available to enter the workforce, whether it's at the health department, at Natividad, or any of our other healthcare partners. And so with that, I will hand it over to Dr. Moreno, who serves as our Director of Public Health and our health officer, overseeing many of the wonderful things that our nurses do in public health.
All right. Thank you, Elsa. So I just want to, first of all, thank our public health, all nurses working under county government, in particular our public health nurses. I have a tremendous responsibility as the health officer for this county I'm responsible for protecting the public health of every county resident, and one person can't do it alone, and that's where the public health nurses come into play. So I want to thank all of you. Thank you.
So with that, let's take a photograph and thank you all for your service and all the nurses in Monterey County. Thank you all.
All right, so I'm going to have the Natividad folks come back up. You don't get to take a break. I'm sorry. It's just like real life. Come on back up. Come on, Libby. So we're proclaiming Hospital Week as well at this meeting, and I just want to take an opportunity to share that the oldest public hospital in California is now 140 years old. That's Natividad. That is an institution that does not discriminate on who walks through the door. They make sure that service is ready for community and that the level of care and compassion delivered from our nursing is at the highest level. And it's matched by the doctors, it's matched by the grades that we receive, whether it's a leapfrog grade or our reevaluation by the surgical team that looks over the operations at this institution. We get the highest marks. And it's because the folks who show up are mission driven. They're not there because it's the best pay in the state, not even the best pay in the county. They're there because they believe in the mission that has been set out by this institution for 140 years to serve the people of Monterey County and the Salinas Valley. This team continues to deliver. During the critical window we see ahead, based on results from HR 1, this team continues to evaluate almost on a minute-by-minute basis what we have to do to remain not just viable, but truly delivering the highest level of care possible, because our residents deserve it when they walk through that door. And it's for that reason that we're proclaiming Hospital Week in Monterey County. And I want to give the microphone over to Dr. Harris, as well as our chair, Libby Downey, from the Board of Trustees, to share a few words with us.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Again, very proud and quite frankly humbled to serve the 1,700 or so employees in Natividad, the many volunteers, and the almost 450 physicians that we have. You have some representation of the Natividad team and the leadership and the care that they provide every day. But as Supervisor Lopez has said, and I've told him, whether publicly or privately and many others, what really makes Natividad amazing are all those folks that I mentioned that serve the mission. We serve our individual patients, we serve their families, we serve our community, and all the fantastic things that happen and that for us, whether it's ACS, which is the surgical group that looks at trauma, or the rewards we win. Some of the folks here are key to those awards, but in the rehab unit, or an OB, or the emergency department, or the residency, or we talked about education, and we have somebody here, Lourdes, who leads education across all sorts of allied health professionals, or recent programs and helping youth that are transitioning from probation, mental health, which we also have an award, and my colleagues at the health department soon will be here, or substance use, et cetera. The list goes on, and I am proud every day to serve these folks and our community, and really just be the voice of all the hard work that they do for us. And it's proud to have Hospital Week. We do have some fun things, of course, lined up, and we will enjoy it. But proud to serve with our team here. Libby, as a member of the Board of Trustees, would you like to share some words?
Oh, I was a public health nurse in this county for years. As you can tell, I'm retired now from that. But I would just like to say it's such a pleasure to be a trustee on this board. And I think the compassion, excuse me, the compassion that you feel from all the staff in the whole entire hospital is heartwarming. Excuse me. On the other hand, you want to know that it's efficient and it does, pardon me, it's efficient and it's a hospital that does good work. And one of the ways we know that is Leapfrog, which looks at all the hospitals all over the United States, gave us an A. And that's for the fact that we don't have infections like a lot of hospitals do. You know, if you go to a hospital, you might say, thank you. You might say, what's your Leapfrog? What's your grade? Most people don't know about that. But that's something I'm really proud of. But most of all, I'm proud of our staff. And everywhere you walk in that hospital, you feel welcomed and you feel like people are there to serve and to help you. And I just love being in this Board of Trustees.
So officially proclaiming the 10th through the 16th is as Hospitals Week here in Monterey County. I also want to just leave you with two numbers. 60,000. That's how many people came to the ER last year. 2,200. That's how many babies came into this world at Natividad last year. Numbers matter. And so with that, we say thank you to the entire team for your dedicated service to the people of Monterey County and folks from beyond. Thank you. Sorry, Nancy, we're testing you. Stay up here. We've got one more here. Dr. Nancy Busher, we also have a resolution recognizing your contributions to the County of Monterey through your work at Natividad Medical Center. 30 years of executive leadership. Nancy has put together some incredibly important programs, including Code Lavender, which was post a traumatic event, making sure that our nurses were wrapped around and that services were available to them and that their needs were thought about in those critical moments post a traumatic event. She has led the nursing team. She's done an incredible job, and the amount of awards that we've won under her guidance and leadership, we can't talk enough about her efforts. We are so proud to have you as part of our executive team, so much so that at the last meeting, as we were talking about so many of your accomplishments, we started whispering left and right, shouldn't we give her a resolution? Absolutely. She wouldn't take it. Doesn't matter. We'll find a way to get her there. So we proclaim Hospitals Week. It got her through the door. And with that, we have this resolution outlining your dedicated service to the County of Monterey, to its residents, and more importantly, to the team at Natividad and the way you wrap around us, helping us continue to serve the community. So we wanted to take this moment to recognize your service to our community. And before I give you the microphone, I'm going to hand it over to Chad one more time.
Thanks, Supervisor Lopez. Really appreciate it. You know, it's an incredible honor to be here with Nancy and have the board provide this resolution, and I think I can say the support of the board of trustees as well. Nancy, this is a testament to her leadership. That I can tell you, each and every one of these individuals here from the hospital are so proud themselves, and the guidance that Nancy provides. All those things that I mentioned previously for the other awards, Nancy's leadership and lifting those up, and her folks that are also leaders lifting these many things that we do are fantastic. Nancy is our CNO, but what folks don't know is just her fundamental, just deep, long-standing knowledge of healthcare, mission-focused services to patients, families, the community is just immeasurable and irreplaceable. And her leadership, including towards me, I will never do anything that Nancy doesn't tell me is okay. I'm just deeply grateful. And then also the hospital is deeply grateful for the leadership that you provide to the hospital as well, to the broader healthcare community.
If I could have my team come up here, these are people that really run the hospital in leadership. All of these are leadership across the systems, from the ER to the ICU, to the women and children's, to the education, the mental health. All of these are the people that make it go and support the staff who do incredible work at Natividad. I've always had the pleasure of being in a profession I love. I love nursing. I have a passion for it. And I really encourage people to come into our profession because it's the most rewarding thing there is. As you heard from the Patient in the Daisy Award about Asa and our ICU, one of our nurses, to make a difference in someone's life, even for a moment, that stays with you forever. And I really want to thank you for the award. I appreciate it. It's not about me. It's about the hospital, and it's about the care that they give our community. So thank you. Thank you all. I appreciate it.
So as part of getting the next generation in, she's even helped set up camps. So there's summer camp where your local youth can come spend time learning about what it means to be a nurse at an institution like Natividad. Again, her leadership, even though she won't take the credit. And with that, here's a resolution.
All right, it's always fantastic to have the chambers full of celebratory opportunities. So thank you all for joining us and for bearing with us through all of our resolutions this morning. I'm going to invite up our maternal mental health task force, who's with us here today as we celebrate Maternal Mental Health Awareness Week in Monterey County. I'm going to ask you to hold this for me. Thank you. We do have the best team here, and I love seeing folks from behavioral health, from county health, from First Five. We've even got probation and social services up here with us, which is significant and telling given that most communities have not made the types of progress that we've made in terms of addressing maternal mental health needs for our residents, and I just personally want to say thank you. So in the United States, perinatal mental health conditions, which are known as maternal mental health conditions, are the most common complication of childbirth, most common challenge issue that's going to arise for a birthing family. Maternal mental health is essential to families' overall well-being and health, and that untreated maternal mental health conditions affect the development of the baby, resulting in increased risk of physical and mental health conditions for the infant, for other children in the family, and for, of course, the mother. In Monterey County, we estimate that between 2020 and 2022, more than 12% of individuals who gave birth experienced prenatal depressive symptoms, and more than 17% of individuals who gave birth experienced postpartum anxiety symptoms as well. So we often talk about just postpartum depression, but postpartum anxiety and OCD and other challenges are within that larger category of recognition. We know that by increasing awareness through routine screenings, the types of screenings that you would get when you go to your postpartum checkup or when you go to your pediatric appointments, these are screenings that, when adopted with a culturally sensitive, holistic approach, can work towards preventing these disorders from escalating. And we know that when people get treatment for maternal mental health disorders, it's very effective. It's incredibly effective. So catching moms and dads who are struggling and getting them help early makes a huge difference. And in Monterey County for quite some time, we've had a maternal mental health task force that's working collaboratively, interdepartmentally, beyond the county to make sure that we are continuing to increase awareness, reduce stigma, expand capacity and training for family-serving agencies and providers on maternal mental health. I had my son 14 years ago at Natividad, and we've come a long way in that short period of time, raising awareness and making sure that resources are widely available for all families. Monterey County's Children's Council acknowledged early childhood development as a cornerstone of resiliency for both individuals and society, and recognized that Monterey County did not have sufficient resources focused on child development from the prenatal stage through 8 years old. And thus in 2012, like I said, we've been working on this for quite some time, the Children's Council created the Bright Beginnings Early Childhood Development Initiative. And so that early childhood development initiative, Bright Beginnings, has provided continual support for the Maternal Mental Health Task Force, which is a county-wide collaborative that brings together advocates and practitioners to expand access and improve treatment and support. I got to give a shout out to my mom, who was there at the forefront. Before the county was at the table, she was convening folks with that mental health task force, knowing that the need was significant and tremendous. And I want to thank the county for stepping in and joining in that work. So today, I'm honored and proud to see the work that we do grow, to know that there's still more work ahead of us. We're working on that with our county clinics, and that this Board of Supervisors calls upon all of us as parents, as friends, as local governments, as healthcare providers, as first responders, and early childhood advocates to become informed about the symptoms and impact of maternal mental health on the family, to pay attention to those families that are in that perinatal period, pregnant, getting pregnant, postpartum. Make sure that you're helping connect those individuals who need resources. We have phenomenal resources here available in Monterey County, and we worked really hard to build that system up. So I want to say thank you to our team that's here today. Thank you to the team with working ongoing to continue to understand and increase awareness and make sure that everyone who starts a family here in Monterey County has the best start possible. So with that, I will pass the microphone. Is there anyone who would like to speak? But thank you.
Thank you. I am a mental health provider in our community, worked for behavioral health for a really long time, and joined the Maternal Mental Health Task Force really early in its inception. And at that time, there were a number of us who really had our heart in the place, but didn't have all the resources. And so having the Bright Beginnings come into the process with us, with the wisdom of all who you see up here, has really provided the backbone to bring in the partners who are healing our community, growing our community, one maternal mental health assistance at a time. And the community that we have here is really what we need and to grow. And so we'd welcome you to join us. And just so appreciative of all of the people who are making this possible.
Thank you. Let's hear it one more time. We've got the most incredible team.
Thank you, Rolindis, as one of the steering partners for the Maternal Mental Health Task Force. And I'm with Bright Beginnings, and you heard that a lot, but really we are an initiative launched by the Children's Council. And back in 2012, our fearless co-chairs, Francine Rod of First 5 Monterey County, and co-chair, there he is, Dr. Moreno, our public health officer, showing that it takes all of us to do this, and the wisdom of the Children's Council and their mission to help coordinate our services. And so this year, we really wanted to honor that and the work of the Children's Council and share. Their work is hidden. And we really want to share that with you, what they're up to when they put their efforts together. And I also want to invite everyone, just one plug, to join us. It is Maternal Mental Health Awareness Month here in Monterey County. 1 in 4 in this room has been affected by it in some way. So please come and join us for a community walk. We have several coming in Soledad on Friday at 5 o'clock in Cesar Chavez Park, and the weeks to follow as well. And we're holding a conference at the end of the month on May 29th. And you can find that on our website. You'll find that somewhere, Bright Beginnings, Monterey County. Please join us out in the community to show your support. And thank you to the Board of Supervisors for repeatedly recognizing this month.
Thank you so much. And again, I just want to personally say that this is a family mission. It's part of why I got involved in local government and local politics, because when we take care of moms, when we take care of families, when we take care of new families, so many other things become so much easier for all of our systems. And in recognition of Mother's Day, which just passed, I do want to acknowledge and give a shout out to, there are individuals who've experienced reproductive challenges with miscarriages. All of those hormones all come into play. All of that is relevant when we talk about maternal mental health, and knowing that there's help available. And sometimes you've got to ask a few times, and I'll say that from personal experience. You might feel like you're screaming and saying, I need help, but keep asking. Help is out there. Ask until you get the support that you need, because we are here to provide those services, and we have great resources here in Monterey County. So thank you all for being here, and we'll take a quick photograph. Okay, and we've got one more along the theme of mental health. A bunch of us were out at NAMI walking for NAMI walks last weekend, but I'll invite the team, and I'm not sure who we're presenting this to, but this is for May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month here in Monterey County. We've got behavioral health team in the house. Thanks for coming back. I know you were here working really hard on our Behavioral Health Services Act, but actually here, I'm gonna hand that to you. All right, and this is our final presentation this morning, so thank you all for bearing with us. But we do want to talk about, and you can scoot on in, talk about for a moment and recognizing Mental Health Awareness Week. Mental health being a critical component of overall well-being, impacting individuals, families, and communities throughout Monterey County and beyond. We know that mental health conditions are prevalent here in the US and around the world, with more than 1 in 5 adults experiencing mental illness of some kind every year. So approximately 1 in 20 adults are living with a serious mental health condition here. We know that many mental health conditions start early in life, with about half of all lifetimes mental illnesses emerging by the age of 14 and 3/4 by the age of 24, highlighting the necessity for awareness and early access to services. We know that we've worked really hard to address mental health stigma and misinformation. We're working and continuing to navigate through state funding changes so that we can have access to care that's available so that individuals who want to receive services or seek treatment don't have to work as hard to find that treatment and receive those services. Mental Health Awareness Month was established in 1949 by Mental Health America and is observed every May to help promote awareness, give us an opportunity to talk about our own stories and those of our families, and to reduce stigma around mental health services. Here in Monterey County, our Behavioral Health Bureau serves approximately 13,000 individuals annually through a comprehensive system that offers accessible, high-quality treatment and recovery-oriented behavioral health services
in collaboration, importantly, with our community-based organizations, with local schools, with our healthcare providers within and beyond the county, and with peer advocates to deliver culturally responsive care across the entirety of our county. And even as we navigate through changes to the Mental Health Services Act to become the Behavioral Health Services Act, we remain committed to addressing mental health disparities, ensuring that care is available to all those who need it when they need it, at a location and in a language that they need it. So on behalf of our County Board of Supervisors, I want to proclaim and recognize the work that Monterey County behavioral health practitioners do. And there's many more of them who are here today, but encouraging all residents, employers, schools, and organizations to find ways to talk about mental health, mental wellness, mental illness, and understanding that it's not uncommon. It's actually very common. But I think oftentimes we, because of stigma, we don't talk about those realities. But you don't have to suffer alone. We've got help available, and I want to thank our team for being at the core of making sure those systems of care are working. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Askew. First, I want to start by apologizing on behalf of our director. She was here earlier, but she had to leave to an appointment, but she's thankful for this. And on behalf of our entire Bureau, I just want to sincerely thank you, Chair Askew, and the board for the resolution recognizing May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month. We are truly honored and grateful for your continued support and partnership. And the recognition reflects the dedication and compassion of our staff, as well as Supervisor, as you mentioned, community-based organizations, providers, schools, advocates, and partners we work alongside every day to support the well-being of Monterey County residents. As noted also, California continues implementing Proposition 1 and transitions from the Mental Health Services Act to the Behavioral Health Services Act. Our system is experiencing significant change and transformation, and throughout it all, we remain committed to improving timely access to care, reducing stigma, and promoting hope, healing, and recovery throughout our community. We remain steadfast in serving our residents with compassion, equity, cultural responsiveness, and collaboration across systems and alongside our valued partners. So thank you again for this recognition and for helping reinforce the importance of mental health awareness and wellness for all residents of Monterey County. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you all for joining us in those celebrations. We don't usually get to do so many of them, but today was special. It was great to have folks here in chambers. So we're going to move on to our appointments. We have 2 appointments today. I'm happy to open that up for public comment on any of the appointments. Seeing nobody approaching and no hands raised, we have a motion from Alejo.
Second.
Okay, I saw a second from Lopez with the fingers up there, so we'll call that one second. And we will move on to a vote. All in favor? Aye. All right, passes unanimously. We can move on to our consent agenda this morning. Is there any public comment on anything on the consent agenda? Seeing no one approach and no hands raised, we'll bring it back to the board. Any comments or questions on consent agenda? We have a motion for approval from Alejo, a second from Lopez. I did have one, just a comment on item 44, which is the assent amendment to it's a consulting contract for our community's climate action plan and adaptation plan, and we're extending the term. I did just want to note that this item is coming back to us shortly for, I think, the approval. And I just want to make sure that this extension wasn't extending the timeline by which our climate action plan was planning to come back for board action.
Hi, Supervisor. This is Cora Pantrod, Sustainability Program Manager. That is correct. This is only the contract underlying the work with a sense, but we are still on schedule to bring the climate action plan back to the board.
Okay, fantastic. Is there a date for when that climate action plan will be coming back to the board?
Yes, we are on the calendar for next week on the 19th.
Okay, so May 19th, we can expect the climate action plan to return. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that. All in favor of the consent agenda? Aye. All right, passes unanimously. We can then move on. We're going to recess the Board of Supervisors and call to order the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey, letting the record show that all supervisors are present. Are there any additions or corrections from the clerk?
There are none.
All right. There's one item on this consent schedule, which is Actually, I'll start with public comment. Is there any general public comment? This is on the successor agency agenda. Saying no, we'll have another opportunity for public comment for the regular agenda, but this is just successor agency. All right, saying no. Okay, I do see hands raised online, and I'll just clarify again, this is public comment for the successor agency, not general public comment. Okay, those hands went down. Thank you for clarifying. All right, we'll close general public comment on the successor agency and bring it back to the board. There's one item on the consent calendar, and I did want to just comment on this item. This is a contract with Gensler to develop a historic arts district master plan out at East Garrison. And the key component of the scope is to consider some early decision points after the initial analysis where the agency could stop the process if findings show insufficient demand or infeasibility of the redevelopment of these 23 historic four-door buildings intended as the specific plan was originally written to become affordable arts, cultural, educational, and community spaces. And I just want to make sure that we're planning a robust and deep community engagement on this scope of work to ensure that the community is deeply involved in understanding the pathways and options forward. And any recommendation that comes back to us is clearly inclusive of that community voice. So just wanted that to be clearly on record. And I'm going to ask for support verbally from my colleagues on that point. So with direction on this item, which is the scope, to ensure that we have deep and broad community engagement in determining potential future pathways for the historic arts district at East Garrison.
I would support you in that.
Okay.
Fine with that, but I'd prefer to hear, like, what does that mean? Like, can we say a minimum 5 community meetings with engagement with historic? You know, because it seems vague to me. I'd love to hear like this is what the expectation is, so we don't hear it back and say that wasn't deep enough.
Yeah, if you could use the mic, Chris, so we can make sure everyone hears you.
So just a question on specifics, right? Because the definition of deeply in these instances, I mean, I'm thinking to the BHSA plan, right? Last night I had to ask we did not have a South County session on that, and so we asked for when we finally had it last night. And so just how we define that, I think, is important. And if a little more substance, are we talking about a number of community meetings? Are there certain partners you want to make sure are engaged? That would be helpful to me to say if that's the direction. I just don't want it to be left vague, come back and say, well, didn't get what we want to go back again.
Yeah, and I'll just say I'm not looking for boxes to be checked. I'm looking for what would be considered deep community engagement so the community understands what the process is, understands what the opportunities are, and their voice is included in what comes back. So,
and I would just, for the record, to the extent that changes the scope of the contract that's before this board, I would recommend that the contract come back at a future date to incorporate, with that incorporated language, if that is the will of the board. Because right now that is not in the scope of work that this board is approving.
Would it be possible to just ask Housing and Community Development, since this is a master plan, if they were, just to clarify that there was no community engagement in the development of a historic arts district master plan, because that would be odd.
And Melanie, I think we have Melanie's hand up too, so we'll go to Melanie. Ready?
Yeah, thank you, Chair and Board. This is a very good discussion. What I wanted to emphasize is that the scope of work that is before you does include a fairly robust community outreach strategy, including the establishment of a kind of a community and stakeholder group to advise, as well as direct community touch point meetings. And we were purposeful in putting a fairly robust outreach plan. The contract includes the development of an engagement plan, which will outline what that looks like. So what I would say is that what's being requested is heard, and I believe is encompassed within the existing scope of work. And we will be thoughtful with the consultant team to make sure that, in particular, if there's around the decision point in particular, to make sure that we front load some of that outreach and community input in advance of any potential policy or other decision points that would be made.
Thank you, Melanie. And I think that that's what I'm looking for, is that verbal direction, that clear intention of this board that we're including the stakeholders in these processes in ways that are meaningful and not just checking boxes. And I'll just say for my colleagues to understand, the community of East Garrison bought into a vision, and that vision has been dramatically changed over time with a lack of meaningful, what I would call meaningful and deep engagement. And so I want to be very clear that we're not just checking boxes, and having the clear direction, verbal affirmation from this board that that's the expectation would be very helpful as we move forward. So that's my intention here.
And just to chime in there, I'm been very clear over the years. I'm very supportive of any kind of community engagement for anything. So yes, I believe we have to have meaningful engagement on this, just like anything else.
Great, thank you.
Chair?
Yep.
Because of what you just stated, and it's why I jumped in and said I support you. Because of that history, I'm offering, again, my verbal acknowledgement that meaningful and robust engagement on this is very important.
Okay, so I'm happy to have the item approved as it's written. I just wanted to be abundantly clear about that expectation. So with that, we can, I'll be happy to consider a motion. Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I'm just going to ask staff, Melanie, and the CAO, the additional guidance is clear.
Just an added note, we also have to correct the amount of this agreement on the title. So we're confirming with the department. It should list 896,576, and there's an extra digit in there. So we'll work with the department just to make sure it's clear.
Great, thank you. And to clarify my earlier question,
yes,
that's a yes. Okay.
Well, can we just make a motion to make that correction? Do I have the right number on here? That way.
Yep, I think so.
So
Just
my
so
motion
it should be 896,576.
That'll be my motion to include that correct number.
Okay, so we all in favor? Aye. All right, thank you. We're going to adjourn the successor agency, reconvene the Board of Supervisors, let the records show that all supervisors are present. This is now the time of the meeting for general public comment. Thank you all for your patience. I do have a number of comment forms, but if you'd like to approach the dais, if we could have people line up, we do have a number of general public comments. And I can call names, or we can just sort of go through, and if you make sure you say your name, I'll check off and make sure we don't miss anyone. We're going to allow 2 minutes for general public comment today. And I do want to thank everyone in advance for helping us monitor the time and stay within the 2-minute allocation so that I'm not in a position of having to interrupt anyone. I don't enjoy that part of this role, but if you can help me in that way, I would appreciate it. I do want to just also comment that all people, all residents are welcome here. These are your chambers. And we ask for shared respect while people are providing their testimony. Our county code does not allow for signs or placards or demonstrations of yelling or clamping or stomping in the chambers. And this public comment is to allow for testimony on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the county, but not listed on the agenda elsewhere. I'll also just mention, if you have additional testimony that's not able to be shared in the 2 minutes allocated, we do encourage and invite you to either provide a copy so that we can pass that up to the board, or you're welcome to email the Board of Supervisors at cob@countyofmonterey.gov so that we can have that on our public record. With that, I'll say welcome to our chambers and thank you for joining us.
Nancy Zwang here. I'm back before you for a third time to request that you consider and vote on a statement that essentially declares the board will uphold the U.S. Constitution and require federal immigration agents to act within its purview. Our original statement has been modified by Chair Wendy Root Askew and has been submitted to the clerk for your review. The CAO unilaterally decided to instead water down this declaration to a statement that Monterey County recognizes September 17th as Constitution Day, encourages civic education, etc. Its strongest provision is that any enforcement activity is within constitutional safeguards. Surely this Board of Supervisors can do more than support the celebration of Constitution Day. This is not a partisan issue. Monterey County residents should be able to work, attend school, shop for food, attend church services, enjoy a park, and abide in their homes without fear of masked agents capturing them, forcing them into detention facilities, and then deporting them to who knows where. Clearly, the resolutions this morning demonstrate the commitment to mental health of county residents. And this fear that the undocumented have, and even some citizens who have brown skin, leads to anxiety and depression and dramatically affects their quality of life. This is a humanitarian issue. I hope you supervisors have the heart and the guts to see this and put this resolution on your agenda. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Bear. I live in Pacific Grove, and this is our third time before the body to advocate for a proclamation reaffirming the constitutional order and your oath to defend it to help protect the residents of this county against the illegal acts of ICE and immigration. We, the people, demand that it be agendized, discussed, and voted on by the supervisors before the public. If you are here in support of this effort, please stand. Thank you. It's tough to come out on a Tuesday morning. And if you're on Zoom, please, and support it, please raise your hand or put up a heart emoji or whatever you can do to indicate your support for our efforts. I submitted a packet, which you have before you, which includes Chair Askew's proclamation declaration, an organizational chart, and the CAO Del Reso's rewrite, which, with respect, entirely misses the point. This is a democratic moment trying to happen right now in this chamber. A bureaucrat does not get to decide that criticizing federal officers is beyond the county's authority, which she said in an email to us, and prohibit the supervisors from voting on the resolution. Indeed, it is your oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that requires you to criticize the federal officers who are systematically shredding the constitutional order. That was a beautiful ceremony this morning with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the democracy and to the Constitution by which it is ordered. Si se puede.
And I'll just ask, in accordance with county code, if we could refrain from demonstrations of clapping and things like that. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Meredith Knoll, and I live on Carmel Valley Road. I live approximately 1 mile from Highway 1 of course, going north and south. And I have here this morning what I see every single workday from Monday to Friday, bumper to bumper to bumper to bumper to bumper traffic. I would be happy to show you the video that I took this morning on the way here. Not only on the side of I-1 going north, but also coming back on I-way south. But I'm here to talk to you about saving the work, the grief, the agony, the costs, all of Monterey County, for all of the people that you had up here this morning, the public work, the health department, the hospitals, and the nurses. Because God forbid, and I say that with all sincerity of every part of my body, God forbid, whoever it was that approved builder's remedy, which indeed is not a remedy, it is a pattern for disaster coming down Carmel Valley Road for 3 separate developments that will increase that bumper-to-bumper traffic in case there's a fire on Carmel Valley Road. I'm asking clearly that you postpone your approval for any development of houses anywhere in Carmel Valley and the village before you do an assessment of the traffic, and also think about property which is taken away from residents, which I can't, eminent domain. You can go out on the highways. We're making 2 roads, or only 2 roads extended to 3 feet, 4 feet on each side for safety and security of your constituents.
Thank you.
God forbid you have a fire with that kind of traffic. The infrastructure does not allow it.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Beverly Bean. I'm from Salinas. Monterey County has some of the highest use of cancer-causing and lung-damaging fumigants in the state, and use has been growing around schools in the last 15 years. 1/5 of all brain-damaging organophosphate use in the state is concentrated in Monterey County. Many fumigants are so dangerous that they are banned in dozens of countries. Chloropicrin and 1,3-D are both banned in over 40 countries. Chloropicrin is illegal on the battlefields. It is labeled a lung-damaging agent by the U.S. government. We should not be risking the lungs of farm worker and farm worker communities by exposing them to this chemical. At all 6 state pesticide air monitors in Monterey County, the levels of 1,3-D in the air are at least double the lifetime cancer risk warning level set by experts. And 5 of those air monitors are on or near school grounds. The Ag Commissioner should not allow our children to be exposed to pesticides at unsafe, cancer-causing levels. We must reduce their use, especially near schools. Fumigants can travel for miles at harmful levels, but the school buffer zones are only 1/4 mile. The Ag Commissioner is your employee, and he works for the county. In a recent meeting, he refused to require notice of intent to apply organophosphates. This means even he does not know about their use. He refused to consider increasing the buffer zone to 1 mile. He refused to work with the DPR to implement pilot projects to help infill school buffer zones with organic farming. This would be safer for children. When California communities face undue harm, county ag commissioners can act to protect us. So, are you, the Board of Supervisors, going to step up and make sure the ag commissioner does his job to protect the public?
Thank you.
Karen Cameron, concerned Salinas resident. Salad bowl of the world, yet we still have no air monitor for pesticides. I think that's criminal that the CDPR removed it in 2017 and can't answer as to why they will not bring it back. They have one in Pajaro that they deem sufficient for monitoring all of Monterey County and all of Santa Cruz County. That's ludicrous. And there's something that they will not want to bring them to any of the high volume agricultural areas like Salinas, a lot being hidden. In California, the organophosphates went down 26%, yet in Monterey County up 54%. That is where accountability for our ag commissioner must come in. All of you appointed him. Now you just say he's an employee of CDPR. And he passes the buck to say, well, CDPR and EPA give me an out on this and that. It's not acceptable. And just to give you a little data, since we don't get much in Salinas, in the Salinas Vision 2040 climate change plan, they've quoted from OEA, Cal Enviro Screen, quote, Salinas experiences higher levels of diesel particulate matter and airborne pesticides than the majority of census tracts throughout California. In the Monterey County General Plan Environmental Justice Element, the pesticides pollution burden were noted for 99% at Baranda, 99% Las Lomas, 99% Moss Landing, 95 to 99% Castroville. Pajaro, where we're getting measured, is at 79 to 100%. So I don't understand why I'm the only one that's screaming about we need an air monitor. And quite frankly, that's not going to be sufficient because as you heard previously, at all the levels that they've been having of the 6 state monitors, it's been more than double what is allowed. So there must be ways that you must hold our county ag commissioner present. And I do want to give him credit because he did show up for the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, unlike any of you.
And again, I'll just ask per county code to refrain from demonstrations during public comment. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Mark Weller. I'm here in place of Nellie Martinez, who couldn't be here because of a family medical emergency. I work for Californians for Pesticide Reform. The local branch is Safe Ag, Safe Schools office in Salinas. And following up on the last two comments, a number of us did meet with the Monterey County Ag Commissioner on April 1st, and it was a concerning meeting in that we brought proposals, all of which other ag commissioners have done, at least to some extent, in the past. So nothing out of the, nothing unheard of. And so we're really concerned that two categories of pesticides that are very harmful, cancer-causing fumigants and brain-harming organophosphates, are on the uptick in our region, and especially near the most vulnerable populations, school children. And so what we proposed, what we asked for, was that the current quarter-mile buffer zones be expanded to 1 mile. The Imperial County Ag Commissioner has a 1 mile buffer zone for aerial applications of pesticides. And we also asked that the Ag Commissioner at least require growers to provide notices of intent before they apply brain-harming organophosphates, because right now he does not know when or where organophosphates will be applied in advance. He can't take action. He can require notices of intent. He refused. And finally, we called for the Ag Commissioner to work with the Department of Pesticide Regulation to fund pilot projects to create organic farming within the buffer zones around schools so that it would be a 24/7 protection from children rather than the 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. protection that they have now. Thank you.
Good morning. As a community member to Monterey County, I am concerned as to the lack of action to protect our community from the terrorist organization ICE, known to torture and kill our citizens, not just undocumented individuals, but those who also are advocating for our community. We are supposed to be a sanctuary state and need to act as such. I am requesting and asking for a resolution to defend our community from ICE and also the following policies. Policy number 1, prohibit outside employment employment with ICE, as it is a conflict of interest to work with Monterey County, where employees have access to personal information and then also work for a terrorist organization where they can utilize this private information to kidnap and torture our community members. Policy number 2, prohibit ICE from conducting any type of business in our community. Policy number 3, Sheriff's Department to end SCAP immediately and all collaboration with ICE. Now, policy number 1, to establish a civilian oversight of the sheriff's office, something that has been discussed before, but there was never any action or follow through, right? Now, as the leaders to our districts here, right, the community, we look at you to do what is right and to unite to protect our community against these terrorists. There will be some people who agree with ICE, but that is why you guys need to unite and be brave and do what is morally correct, right? Like back in the day when people were in agreement with slavery and the Jim Crow laws, right? You guys wouldn't be okay with that, right? Well, now this is your chance to show us what side of history you will be on. Will you stand up and protect your community? Or are you going to sit back and come up with these cowardly excuses to allow ICE to be kidnapping our family members and tearing family apart? And who knows what happens to the ones that were kidnapped, right? Now, please, do what is right, and we will support you because el pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
Hello, my name is Jess Arrigo. I'm a Pacific Grove resident. I second everything this previous speaker said. I second all of this on pesticides. I was glad to be here and honor our nurses, mental health programs, hospitals, and public workers. I am here to ask the board to agendize the proposal written by Ms. Ruth Askew. Handing people over to ICE in the name of public safety is just scapegoating the most disenfranchised community members. You don't go after the rich and powerful who cause the most damage because they can go after you with their money. They can hide themselves on their sprawling compounds with their security guards and private jets. Instead, we send our most vulnerable neighbors to concentration camps because it's the easiest way to look like we're doing something. For example, nobody is doing anything about Epstein's co-conspirators, including no one in this jurisdiction doing anything about Epstein's crimes in this county. Virginia Giuffre Roberts, one of Epstein's most vocal victims, documented at least one of them in her memoir, Nobody's Girl. On February 22nd, 2001, she says, from New Mexico, which is one of his ranch compounds, we flew to Carmel by the Sea, California, where Epstein had meetings. Epstein was in town for the so-called billionaires dinner hosted by John Brockman to coincide with the annual TED conference in Monterey. Epstein regularly attended Brockman's billionaires dinners at TED, hobnobbing with a who's who of academia, literature, tech, and show business and entertainment. She describes how minors were groomed and trafficked, victims were pitted against each other and forced to recruit other victims, and yet there was no protection or justice for them. And some of that happened in this county. So agendize Ruth Askew's proposal, and also we need to be not doing anything opposing ICE in all ways possible.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm here to ask this board to take seriously the need to stop ICE's action in this county. We reflect on history and think about the average German citizen in the 30s and 40s who was a hardworking, good person, and yet who failed to stand up to the regime. This may seem like a dramatic example, but the fact is fascistic behavior has arrived. Over 70,000 people are in blackout detention centers. They are unsupervised, these detention centers, by elected officials, by regulatory boards, and by the press. Over 70,000 people are in detention centers without due process. We have concentration camps here. And just because you have not experienced them knocking on your doors, they never knock on the privileged doors first. Just because you haven't seen it does not mean it isn't happening. we are at a relatively early stage in this well-documented pattern of fascistic behavior where you supervisors have an opportunity to do something about it, to stand up for your community, to stand up for your values, and to put yourselves on the right side of history. Please have the courage to agendize Root Askew's proposal and ask yourself how you will be different from the average German citizen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Joshua Ezekiel, City of Carmel. Let's talk about tear gas. Does tear gas belong in our schools? No. I have asthma. I didn't have asthma until I was in my 30s and I moved to the Salinas Valley. I taught 30-odd years in the Salinas Valley. My son did develop asthma as a child. And we know that chloropicrin damages lungs, yet it's applied in the fields around Salinas, well, and all down the valley. We also know that organophosphates damage the nervous system and lungs. We know from the Chamaco study that a distance of 1 kilometer for gestation is really critical for the nerve and lung harm that organophosphates can cause. In California, 1/7 of babies are gestated within that 1 kilometer. But in Monterey County, it's not 1/7, it's 1/2. The state does have 6 air monitors, as was previously mentioned, in the entire state, and they all show people are being exposed to double the amount of cancer-causing T-lone that a WEHA specifies. By a weird wrinkle of state law, the only official outside of Sacramento who can protect the people of Monterey County is the agricultural commissioner, whom you appointed. And yet he has refused to ring our schools with a mile of organic farms. The agricultural commissioner does not only serve the industries, he also serves the people. We need you to make this agricultural commissioner serve the people of Monterey County. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Christian Thornley, Waste Management, WM, and wanted to thank you for your time. Thank you always. I try to come every quarter and speak to you, keep you up to date on what we're working on. So I'm going to give you an update with a focus on some of the events that we've been working on in the community. In April, on April 25th, we had our Lockwood community drop-off event. It was at the San Antonio School. We collected more than 7 tons of material. 60% of the tonnage was diverted away from the landfill, which for us is a really great day. Generally, with these events, we're usually around 40 to 45%. And also, we did have in March, we had an event in King City, which we gathered over 20 tons of material. So really great events for the communities, keep the illegal dumping off the sides of the roads. Our next community drop-off event, I wanted to invite everybody, is in Aromas on June 6th, so it's coming up. It's already mid-May, so we'll be out at the sports park in Aromas. I know we've done some promotion in that community, and people are excited about it. It's usually a very busy event. And following that, August, we have event in Castroville and San Ardo. So we've got a lot of events coming up. I did want to highlight one other event. We worked with the North County Rec Center in Castroville and Monterey County on an Earth Day event at the Morocojo Park, which is right near the high school, North County High School. And we did a community cleanup on April 25th and provided a bin alongside the county, provided a bin for the residents of that community to use. And we filled the bin. It was a 30-yard bin. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Martiguez, member of SAS, Safe Act, Safe Schools. And I'm here to talk about the meeting that I was part of with the Ag Commissioner I'm extremely disturbed that the ag commissioner took him over 2 years to sit down with us to have a conversation about the harms of pesticides that are being sprayed near our neighborhoods, near our schools. The lack of urgency, the lack of respect that he showed for the farm workers, for the students, for the community is alarming. Organophosphates, all these dangerous chemicals have been sprayed near our communities for too long. Our farm workers are being exposed. Our children are being exposed. Our students are being exposed. I have signed up for spray days. In just a month of April, I received over 23 notifications in just 30 days of pesticides being sprayed near that school, Ohlone School. 23 out of 30 days, they have been exposed to dangerous pesticides. And our ag commissioners, the lack of urgency to sit down with the DPR to find ways to protect our students, to protect our community, the lack of giving us the respect to have the conversation needs to change. And you have the power to make those changes. And I know some of you on this board know exactly how harmful these pesticides are to our community and how they are harming our students with learning disabilities, with asthma. I did a 30-day hunger strike back in September, and I cannot tell you how many stories I heard of how it's hurting our farm workers, how it's hurting our community, our students. I cannot tell you how many times I've heard how many people have died to this. And this is not something new to us. This is something that we are all aware, and we need to bring change to this soon.
Good morning, Supervisor Askew, Supervisor Church Lopez, Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Daniels. My name is Horacio Mezquita. I live in Salinas since '74. I used to be a farm worker, and then I became a farmer. And then I moved to the community of San Gerardo in 2005. I was the secretary director there for 17 years, and I lived there for 35. We built those houses because there was a big need of houses in those years. I saw how discriminate the farmers are using the pesticides and the fumigants. In those years, there's a lot of metobromide, chloropicrin, and trichloropropane. We lost 3 of our wells. We have to go 2 miles away from the community to build a new water system. The new water system is getting polluted also because of the overusage of nitrogen and the exploitation of the water. We live in the aquifers dry, just like seawater intrusion and the landline sub-basin and the east side, and also Corral de Tierra. We need more protection. The farm workers and their families are getting hurt. There's already been 9 people dying in San Gerardo of cancer. There's about 11 that are going with chemotherapy. And there's a lot of things that can be done, you know. We can have the farmers at least tell their neighbors that they're going to be spraying. We can have a system where you can see the dangerous chemicals that are going to be spraying right at the place. So please help and protect the people, the farm workers and the families. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Hi, my name is John Brady. I am 63 years old. I lived in Monterey County all of my life. All the immigration stuff that's going on bothers me. I remember when I was 15 years old, I saw on TV a native in a tropical forest cutting a vine off a big tree. I forget the name of the tree, I called the information desk in the Monterey Library and asked them about it. The name of the tree is called ayahuasca. It grows in tropical forests around the world. The library also told me it can grow in local, it can grow, and the library also told me it can grow in hot weather too, with good soil and steady rain. Hopefully it will be, one day it will be cultivated around the world with a lot of jobs. The tree takes at least 5 years until you can, for producing the tree fluid. It has the same effect of alcohol, but only has the addiction of caffeine. They say it is they say it has hallucinogens. I bet scientists can extract the hallucinogens. They say that is illegal in the United States, but you can buy it online. And there is a retreat in Shasta County, California. It is very expensive there that deals with ayahuasca drink. The loophole in Shasta County that you can get in the name of religion. There's other places around the world too. If it was cultivated, the alcohol industry would hurt and people wouldn't like that. Maybe one day the people can get it started. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
How's it going, board? Daniel Munoz, East Salinas resident. So a lot of the resolutions that were presented earlier, a lot of them were tied to pesticides, right? Chris was talking about birth stats and all this other cute stuff. How many of those were affected by pesticides, Chris? You come up here for photo ops, but you don't do nothing to protect us. Speaking of photo ops, Luis Alejo right here, the king of all photo ops. Fairview's closed. Didn't you do a photo op saying how it was open and you're helping the homeless people? It's closed. So I don't know that I don't know what happened right there. ICE is violating the Constitution, so standing up to them should be a no-brainer to elected officials who took an oath to defend the Constitution. So Sonia De La Rosa, yeah, you X'd it all out. That was kind of crazy. So air monitors, speaking of air monitors, now, Luis, you canceled your Arch idea, right? Because I think you got scared with the recall, right? You're still getting recalled. But anyways, you canceled the Arch, and then you went and got $500,000 from Zoe Lofgren, right, for the soccer fields, and you got $1.5 million from your buddy Bruce Taylor, right, for the soccer fields. Yeah, you did. Don't be shaking your head. No, you did. You got that money and you threw it away in the soccer fields. That's 4 air monitors, Luis. Luis the that's what we call you because you're a piece of work. You know that's 4 air monitors. It's $400,000 each air monitor, Luis. That money that you just threw away on the soccer field so people could run around and kick a ball, that could have put 1 air monitor on each side of town. But you don't care because your donors, Bruce Taylor, right? He doesn't want to have air monitors out here. They want to spray whenever they want to spray. And South County needs air monitors more than anywhere else. Supervisor Lopez. Raspados, he's over here making some post about, the kids need raspados. The kids don't need raspados, they need air monitors. It's common sense, Chris. You know better. And you know better too, Luis. You're a joke.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. Chair Askew. Cesar Lara with board member of the Californians for Pesticide Reform, along with the labor movement with the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council. Just want to speak on 2 critical issues. One is around pesticides. I think my colleagues before me have spoken really clearly. More needs to be done about protecting kids around schools and in general the community. Spray day monitors have been in California a little bit over a year, March of last year, and just in my home, which is a quarter mile away from a school, I've received more than 200 notifications of those pesticides being near my neighborhood. And it goes beyond the Ag Commissioner, it goes beyond California. As the Board of Supervisors that actually hires the Ag Commissioner, something needs to be done proactively that's reasonable to protect our community. I've been around farmers and agriculture my whole career, and they always say how Monterey County does not take any subsidies. You know, we're not like the Midwest or others that receive federal subsidies or, you know, get money for not growing anything. But the question is, what is our community suffering from? Water, as clearly identified, even the well that Monterey County helped the ag community out there put down is being contaminated by nitrates, which comes from pesticide exposure or pesticides in general. And our air isn't beyond air monitors. I know what we're going to find. And what we have found with air monitors that have been in our community, the levels are high. So the question is, what can we reasonably do to safeguard our community? And the second is immigration. This Board of Supervisors has a long history of standing up to ICE and protecting our residents. So more could be done. I want to get rid of the rhetoric and look at practical solutions towards that front. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and good luck on the rest of your meeting. Thank you.
My name is Chris Barrera, President of LULAC Council 2055. I am here today because our immigrant community is tired of excuses, delays, and political theater from Monterey County leadership. This board loves calling Monterey County a welcoming city or county. You pass resolutions, hold press conferences, and issue statements about protecting immigrants. But when it is time to take real action against ICE, intimidation, and fully enforce the Truth Act, suddenly the item gets pulled, watered down, or buried behind bureaucracy. That is unacceptable. Families across the county are living in fear. Parents are scared to take their children to school. Workers are afraid to speak up, seek services, or report crimes because they fear detention and separation from their families. These are the same immigrant workers who kept Monterey County alive during COVID while others stayed home. Instead of courage, this community gets silence and obstruction from the CAO office and weak accountability from this board. And we demand that CAO Sonia De La Rosa stop obstructing and diluting efforts meant to protect immigrant communities. LULAC 2055 demanding Monterey County fully cut cooperation with ICE and stop hiding behind symbolic language while our community suffers. Civil rights are not optional. Due process is not optional. Human dignity is not optional. The people of Monterey County deserve leadership with courage to stand up to fear and intimidation, not bureaucrats who stall, dilute, and hide from action. Enough excuses, enough delays. Protect our community and enforce the Truth Act the way it was intended to be enforced. Thank you.
All right, is there any other public comment in chambers? Now would be the time. All right, we do have a number of hands raised online. I will just make a note that given the time, it's about 12:30 right now. We will move item number 14 to the afternoon schedule. So if you're calling in on item 14, you can call back again at 1:30. Having said that, we'll move online to general public comment, starting with the phone number ending in 837 and then the phone number ending in 902.
Hi, Supervisors. This is Brian here. Mahatma Gandhi said that the society is judged how it treats its weakest members, and we're not doing a very good job of being a loving, good, healthy society. The way we treat animals with factory farms, the way we're cutting down so many precious trees, we're actually really hurt. Our ecosystem is very fragile, and we're cutting down all these magnificent eucalyptus trees that nourish us spiritually and that produce so much oxygen, and we're losing our oxygen producing capability because we're cutting down and we're destroying faster than things can grow. And those mountains around Salinas, they would be bare without all those eucalyptus trees. They're huge climate rescuers. And when it comes to people, we have Congressman Panetta, who gets a lot of APEC funding, and the government of Israel. Look, I'm Jewish background, but I don't like them. They're doing a genocide. They're horrible. And Panetta is helping to genocide children. And people who speak up for the Palestinians are terribly treated and abused. What kind of society is this? And not to mention, of course, the farm workers and the ICE. These horrible things, especially sensitive people. And we need you to be brave and to stand up for people and humanity and trees and the earth. We're all connected. What happens to one happens to all. And the mark of a spiritual person realizes that. We're all connected. We are each other, truly. And we want to all thrive, but we can't get ahead at the expense of anyone else. That means spiritual death for us. And let us please protect these magnificent trees on a local level. And please stand up for the Palestinians. Do some resolutions. Thank you very much.
We'll go next to the phone number ending in 902 and then to Dusty CW.
Good afternoon. My name is Nina Beatty. International events are impacting Monterey County. On May 1st, UN investigative journalist Richard Medhurst reported that the goal of U.S. attacks on Iran and kidnapping President Maduro is the creation of the petrogas dollar and making the U.S. the sole source of gas and oil for the world, including Europe and Asia. The U.S. has done this by the Navy's blockade of oil and gas from other countries in the Arctic, their capture and sinking of oil tankers, destruction of Levantine ports, and U.S.-enabled destruction of oil and gas infrastructure of other countries. Chevron is the biggest beneficiary. This is important. The price of gas is escalating here, but former UN weapons inspector Scott Ritter asks, what happens when there's no gasoline at the gas stations? What happens when there's no aviation fuel? Spirit is out of business. Flights are being canceled. The Monterey Airport expansion may end up being a waste of money. County administration doesn't have the luxury of ignoring these events or what your policies to support and expand the military facilities and missions actually means. When visitors don't or can't come here and the TOT tax is zero, when people can't get to their jobs, when Salinas Valley Ag can't grow crops because they don't have fertilizer, when food can't be shipped to markets and restaurants, remember the U.S. Navy did this and you support it, destroying this community with Chevron laughing all the way to the bank while the Navy and Pentagon siphon off taxpayer money to do this. The Pentagon has also put this community at risk for attack by other countries to defend themselves and stop U.S. piracy, the crimes against their nations, the murdering of their children, and the grooming of arming of seditionists in their countries through the DLI. A new study found 1,800 babies have died in Cuba since 2017 due to U.S. sanctions and the blockade. Who's conducting the blockade? The U.S. Navy. Where are the mothers saying no? Julia Ward Howe founded Mother's Day to stop the wars. I urge the board and the county to loudly protest the lawless, immoral, federal and military actions, if only because of the tremendous economic and community impact to you. Otherwise, when this happens, the county will only have itself to blame for deserted streets and highways, bankruptcy, poverty, or military attack.
Thank you. We'll go next to Dusty and then to iPhone 2024.
Hello, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Dusty Clayworth. I'm the manager of outreach for the Diversity Center. And I want to mention the Diversity Center, we're a nonprofit organization that inspires and advocates for the LGBT+ people of Santa Cruz and Monterey counties. We also envision a healthy, vibrant, and diverse intergenerational LGBTQ+ community. So with that in mind, I wanted to join you this afternoon and speak out in favor of a proposed resolution declaring the County of Monterey as a sanctuary county for transgender, gender diverse, and intersex individuals. It is integral at a time like this where our TGI folks, our brothers, our sisters are facing heightened attacks against their autonomy, that Monterey County stands up even further, raises their hand higher than the state and says, this is a place for you to not only live, but a place where you can thrive. So many of these wonderful ceremonial resolutions earlier recognizing the wonderful healthcare and healthcare practitioners that Monterey County has. So I just want to speak out. They would be fantastic for us to also say, beyond that, also, this is a place where gender affirming care wholeheartedly lives and is welcomed, and everyone has the opportunity for equity in their healthcare. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go next to Chris Garcia and then to Josh Stephens.
Hello and good afternoon, Monterey County Board of Supervisors. My name is Chris Garcia, and I am the Regional Program Specialist at the Diversity Center. I am here to ask you to adopt the Transgender Sanctuary Resolution and designate Monterey County as a sanctuary county for transgender, genderqueer, non-binary, gender fluid, and intersex individuals. By adopting this resolution, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors can show their direct support and solidarity with the LGBTQIA+ community, and also affirm that our county is indeed a sanctuary and home where the rights and protections of these community members, your community members, are highly prioritized and valued. This is a crucial action, especially within this current political climate, for the protection of LGBTQ+ youth and students in Monterey County who consistently face discrimination and direct threats to their rights, especially from the federal government level at this time. Adopting the Transgender Sanctuary Resolution is a life-saving act and would actually be a direct suicide prevention act by fortifying Monterey County's commitment to equity and human rights for all. So please let your constituents know and send that direct message that you stand with them and that Monterey County can actually be that sanctuary and that refuge for those who are facing direct threats and attacks onto their identities. And as a person within this community myself, I identify as genderqueer and trans, and someone who works and lives in this county. I could always speak to my personal experience as well, that this would just be absolutely a life-saving, life-preserving act for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just make a quick note that we do have item number 17 on the agenda for this afternoon, which is a referral for transgender, queer, fluid sanctuary county, and currently we'll continue with general public comment for items that are not elsewhere on the agenda. So we'll just ask you to refrain from commenting twice. We'll go next to Josh Stephens.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, and members of the public. My name is Josh Stephens, and I'm a resident of North Monterey. I come to you today not with a typical administrative grievance, but with a deep concern regarding the erosion of basic decorum and respect originating from this very dais. Specifically, I'm addressing the recent conduct of District 1 Supervisor Luis Alejo. In an era where online discourse is already highly polarized, we rely on our elected leaders to elevate the conversation, not descend into the mud. Unfortunately, Supervisor Alejo's recent derogatory comments on the internet and his pattern of belittling the very constituents he was elected to serve are frankly beneath the dignity of this office. Public service is a privilege. It is not a taxpayer-funded platform to publicly mock, demean, or punch down at community members who happen to voice differing opinions. When a leader reacts to criticism with petty online insults, it does not show strength. It shows a fundamental lack of professional temperament. Furthermore, when a member of this board uses their position, as well as their keyboard, to disparage the public, the silence of the rest of this board risks being interpreted as complicity. We cannot allow this kind of behavior to become the accepted standard for Monterey County leadership. Therefore, I am formally calling on this board to hold your colleague accountable. I urge you to agendize the motion to officially censure Supervisor Alejo for conduct unbecoming of a county supervisor. If a formal censure is not the chosen path, I demand that the board outline what other tangible repercussions will be put in place to ensure this behavior stops. We do not expect perfection from our local leaders, but we absolutely demand basic, foundational respect. It is time to send a clear message that contempt for constituents will not be tolerated in Monterey County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go next to the phone number ending in iPhone 2024. iPhone 2024. Okay, we'll move over to, we have Catherine, followed by the phone number ending in 705. Catherine? Okay, we'll go to the phone number ending in 705.
Yes, good morning, Supervisors. Lorna Moffett here. Mr. Church, Kate Daniels, and Senator Laird, you have withheld pertinent fire information from the public concerning eucalyptus trees, which endangers every homeowner. You presume to know more than one of the top go-to fire scientists in the U.S., Jack Cohen, who states the trees, including eucalyptus, are not the cause of fires and urban wildfire interface fire problems. It's house ignition zoning problems. And you've now cut down almost 2,000 eucalyptus trees on false science. Eucalyptus trees that could be cleaning up our air, the heavy metals of battery fires, keeping our bay cool, producing 51,000 pounds of oxygen a year, and contributing over 300 million gallons of water vapor a year. These trees could be cleaning up pesticides and herbicides, but instead you're cutting them down with a vengeance. This is wrong and harmful to us all. We need to leave eucalyptus trees so they can contribute to our well-being instead of promoting a false hate fear campaign to cut them down. Mr. Church, it started with you in your office, and you need to end it in your office. You didn't seek the best science from the only fire science lab in the United States. You went to CAL FIRE, who, by the way, is being sued for destroying the chaparral forest in the name of fire. You hired local postgraduate students who are being trained by timber science in our colleges on how to cut down forest into park-like settings so they can have all our old growth. You need to stop killing the eucalyptus, Mr. Church and Kate Daniels and Senator Laird. The Bible says, hurt not the trees nor the seeds, and you're doing both.
Thank you. We'll go next to Catherine. Catherine, are you able to unmute and share comment?
I just now got the option to unmute.
Oh, we've got you. There you are. We've got you live. We've got 2 minutes on the clock for you. Thank you.
I second the censor on Alejo. He needs to go. I went to him when he was an assemblyman with problems within Monterey County Child Protective Services. It's been 14 years. Since then, the social worker was fired, not criminally charged. Our county was sued for $1.2 million. I want an ad hoc. I want an investigation into their patterns and practices. I'm directly tied to that case because that same worker lied to take my grandson. The DA should have had a conversation with me. The DA should have charged her. Luis Alejo has been knowing about this for 14 years, and he's done nothing to investigate Monterey County CPS. I'd like an ad hoc. I want him censored, and I want someone to start investigating into the 30 years Linda Castillo was a social worker. You guys control their budget. You have some kind of control as far as their patterns and practices. They are violating them daily. Secondly, I am discouraged with our city leaders. They hire a developer who embezzles our money for the homeless people. And you guys are silent. You should be outraged. And we have 2 motels sitting fenced up that we're paying for, us taxpayers. It's egregious. Does anybody know what they're doing? And again, another dead one on the track. Why isn't Pacific Train Company responsible for those fees for our law enforcement that we're paying? What are you guys doing about that? There should be no one dying on the track. No one. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go next to iPhone 2024. We have you unmuted on our side. You might have to press, is it *6 to unmute on your side? Yep, so you might have to press *6 to unmute, but we've got you unmuted on our side here. This is for iPhone 2024.
This is Brian Clark. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Supervisors. Again, my name is Brian Clark. I am associated with the project that was just approved by the Planning Commission a couple weeks ago. I thank you very much. The Planning Commission, the approval of this project was, again, the result really only because of Governor Newsom's new regulations. Well, they used builder's remedy. He also did new regulations for infill developments, which this project would also have qualified for. So yes, this project was approved, but it took 18 years to get approved. Kenyatta next door took 20 years to get approved. So the Planning Commission, I think, number one, the county council needs to give them a primer on the new regulations, and that the supervisors may want to, again, review with the Planning Commission what their charter is. And it is not to support and express their own no-growth opinions. So in this case, the no-growth opinion was to use the traffic report and say, well, we think we should get a new traffic report. And the county council had to advise them that, again, the county had signed off on the traffic report. So this project, in terms of traffic, for example, using vehicle miles traveled is what the state uses. The county uses level of service. But again, per the state guidelines, this is the least traffic impactful site in the county. It is an infill development next to all of the existing public serving businesses. I could walk 30 feet to my attorney's office. I walk less than a block to the post office. Within a handful of blocks are multiple banks, restaurants, 2 pot shops.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we don't have any more hands raised, and there's no one else in chambers, so we're going to go ahead and close public comment. We're going to recess
Madam
for.
Chair, I just wanted
to
to say that
lunch.
I had never had jurisdiction over any cases 14 years ago when I was an assembly member.
We're going to recess for
and
lunch,
second, I wanted to
we'll be
respond
reconvening
because
here at 1:30. Thank you.
I was addressing defamatory statements that were made
Supervisor,
against me, they
we're
were
recessing
false.
for lunch.
And when I say that somebody's being an online troll, there's a definition to it. It says that when a person deliberately...
Points of personal privilege are allowed.
Yes, of course. We've always done that in our practice, except during the leadership of our chair.
Thank you.
But when you say someone is online trolling and they're engaging in defamatory, bullying, and false statements online, we all know who these people are. But there's a definition, and it's only when you call it, when you're describing a person who posts deliberately offensive and provocative messages online, such as social media, or performs similar behaviors in real life. The methods and motivations of trolls can range from benign to sadistic. These messages can be inflammatory, insincere, digressive, extraneous, or off topic, and may have the intent of provoking others in displaying emotional responses or manipulating others' perceptions, thus acting as a bully or provocateur. This is a modern thing that all of us as elected now have to deal with. And just because you call people out on their poor behavior doesn't make it wrong. There's a definition, and when you only say that these people are acting like online trolls, that is exactly what this modern day definition describes, and it's a new reality, unfortunately, even here at our Board of Supervisors chambers.
We're going to go ahead and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for, what day is it today? It is Tuesday, May 12th. Thank you. And it's about just after 1:30. Let the record show that all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Kate Daniels, who will not be here this afternoon. We're going to start the afternoon with item number 14, which we pushed from the morning agenda. And I will pass the floor to Danya Namitsu to get us started. And just for the sake of time, we can, we've got to do some catch up this afternoon. So thank you.
I'll try to go as fast as I can. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Danya Namitsu. I'm with Housing and Community Development. Before you today is to conduct a public meeting, receive the recommendations, and adopt the 2026-27 action plan, and authorize the director to sign the required documents. There are two types of funding, CDBG funds and home funds.
Dawn, sorry to interrupt. We're going to start off with having Diego announce Spanish interpretation services. So pardon me, Diego, if you wouldn't mind making an announcement. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celi, seré su intérprete español-inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And pardon me again, Dawn, we'll let you continue.
Okay, thank you. So there's two different types of funding, CDBG and home. We are now both entitlement to both. We became a participating jurisdiction in home funds last year. There are specific things that it can fund and not fund. I'll kind of go fast. So CDBG, it has to meet one national objective, which the most common is to benefit low and moderate income persons. Home basics, we get the annual appropriations, but we also have to match funds. We have to match 25 cents per dollar that is utilized on housing projects. This does not include whatever money is accounted for admin. Urban County is made up of the following jurisdictions: City of Gonzales, Greenfield, Marina, and Sand City. We're inviting the cities every 3 years to participate. If they choose to participate, we enter into a JPA, and then every 5 years, we do a consolidated plan. I highlighted in red what happens every 5 years and how it kind of plays into it, but then every year we do the notice of funding availability, the application process, and then making our recommendations. This is some of the stuff that CDGB has funded locally. For CDBG funds, we got notification of what we will receive in 2026. We're receiving $1,338,382. We had remaining funds left over from last year. We didn't allocate and assign all the funds. So then there was some extra admin funds. So we have $173,385. So we have a total of a little over $1.5 million to allocate to projects and services. So home funds. Home funds, we became a participating jurisdiction last year, but it was already after the application process. So this year, our application process includes 2 years of funding. So we have a total of a little over $1 million. And admin, we can utilize 10% of the funding for admin. However, we downsized it so that we can provide more of the funds to the projects that were requested. So the public services with CDBG that we're recommending is shown, and Echo is not listed on here because we are going to recommend that that be paid out of admin. It's the one that we can utilize admin for, so we do so that we can give more appropriations to the other ones. CDBG funds covers admin for staff, county council, public notices, environmental reviews for ECHO, and for our city data services and management system, and Veronica Tamina Associates. So here are the projects that we received applications for CDBG funds and for home funds. So City of Marina, we're recommending the amount that is in their JPA. Alba, $150,000. The Catholic Charities of the diocese, they did not provide everything in their application that was needed to evaluate their application. So our recommendation is to not allocate any funds to them. Central Coast Center for Independent Living, we're actually doing a little bit under CDBG and the remaining under home. For Community Homeless Solutions, same thing, we're doing a little under CDBG and home for their housing re-roofing project. Housing Authority for TBRA. So we didn't get an application for the TBRA. However, we want to extend the invitation to the Housing Authority to participate and utilize the funds in their tenant-based rental assistance that they currently are already doing. For Rippling River and Pacific Meadow, we don't have a funding recommendation for them because their application didn't clearly state what they were wanting to do with the funds. There was a large emphasis on paying for insurance, which is not an eligible expense. And then for Meals on Wheels, they asked for 100. We have 50,000 that we are recommending, and then the Veterans Transition Center wants to do some more solar empowerment for the veterans, and we're recommending to fund their full request. Home, we're only taking $45,000 for the admin costs, and that is it. Any questions?
Thank you. Let's open this up to public comment. Is there any public comment? This is on item number 14. Item number 14. We have one hand raised online. We have a couple hands raised online. Anyone in chambers? Nope. Okay, we'll go online to phone number ending in 194 and then the phone number ending in 747. We're starting with the phone number ending in 194. Feel free to unmute. Okay, we'll move to the phone number ending in 747. Public comment on item 14. All right, we've got 194. We've got everyone unmuted, so we'll start with the phone number ending in 194.
Hi, can you hear me?
Very faintly.
Can you hear me now?
It's still very faint. We're going to try to turn the volume up here in chambers. Okay, I think it might be on your side. Just speak as loudly as you can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Remove the bigoted language.
Yeah, we're not getting any audio. Okay, let's try the phone number ending in 747. Do we have anyone on the line? 747. All right, we are not getting any audio. We'll circle back on those, maybe logging off and logging on again to see if that works better. Let's bring it back to the board for any discussion, and I'll try public comment one more time. Checking in with my colleagues. Got head shakes. Please.
Yes, a few questions. Could you describe on the community homeless solutions that they were the biggest awardee, just over $1 million? What is PHS facilities? Where is that located? Just didn't get the description of where that project is.
It's in Marina.
Okay.
It's a affordable housing complex, and they need all new roofs. We funded them last year, but we only did a small portion of what we had, and now that we have the home funds, we can utilize that.
So they got that unused money from last year, and with this, they could pay for the entire cost?
So most of the funding is coming from the home funds that we received.
Right, but they were allocated some money last year for the same purpose?
I think it was like 182,000.
Yeah. And do we know how many homes?
They haven't started the project, so they haven't utilized last year's funds yet.
No, I'm just saying, like, they're going to re-roof how many houses?
Oh, it's buildings, and I want to say
apartments?
there's 15.
Yeah, great. Then nothing wrong with the Veterans Transition Center, but solar power versus housing needs, right? Or the Catholic Charities tenant-based rental assistance. It seems like I would put priority in putting our limited dollars to a program that's going to help people stay housed or repair housing. Like, I know the senior housing projects have a high price tag, but I don't know if solar empowerment right now is really where we should be spending our limited, scarce dollars that could be used on rental assistance, for instance, to keep people out of danger.
I would say I would agree with you. However, they did not submit all of the required documents with their application for us to even evaluate their application. There's like 20-something documents that need to be provided, and they only provided 3.
Okay.
So,
well, I would just ask my colleagues, I know VTC does amazing work, but this is one of those instances where 187,000 could go a long way to helping people who are on the brink of being evicted or losing their homes to stay housed. And I don't see why we can't go back to Catholic Charities. Angela DiNovella has worked with us on many things, and their executive director, and be able to bring that back at a future date once the paperwork is completed. They were the only applicants doing rental assistance out of all these that applied. But that would just be one of my suggestions. I think right now, it's with everything going on, solar projects are good, but maybe there's other grants to help VTC with that. But at this point in time, I'd rather have money go to where the need is greatest in our county.
Any other comments from the board? Darby has his hand raised. We'll come to you in just a second, Darby. I had just I appreciate the work that's gone into this plan and appreciate all of the in-depth conversations that we've had with the Urban Counties Committee, which I'm going to say the name wrong always,
right?
And trying really to think about how we can, to Supervisor Alejo's point, like make sure that we're doing the robust outreach that's needed so that when applications come, they're aligned in ways that are meaningful and supportive of the broader goals that we've aligned. We're really trying hard to align ourselves with, knowing that housing and additional units is a top priority. The committee didn't make any changes to the staff recommendation when it came forward, but I think is wanting to continue to see sort of a breadth of how we engage and align these dollars and with some of those other goals. So I just wanted to comment on that. I'm also really glad that we've secured the direct home entitlement funding for the first time this year. I think that's a really big deal, and it's a credit to the team that we have here in Monterey County. So thank you, Dawn and Darby and team, for doing that work. I did have one concern in regards to the federal compliance language that's now formally part of the action plan documents. There was a fairly significant discussion in the city of Monterey in regards to the language that speaks to issues of
Gender ideology.
Specifically, the action plan includes language stating that Monterey County shall not use funds to promote gender ideology as defined in executive order. The action plan also includes some extensive immigration enforcement compliance language. So there's a number of things in there that I find concerning. And the city of Monterey was able to make changes to how they submitted their application in ways that took that language out but acknowledged, generally federal compliance. I'll also note that in conversations I've had previous to this meeting today, I understand that our county, that there may be a position that we believe that these provisions related to that executive order are actually not enforceable. So I will get that direction from county council, but given that they're not enforceable and given that there may be another path to not including those specific really offensive language, I would like to have us amend this plan before we submit it to exclude that offensive language, and we can work with county council. I thought that we had done that prior to this meeting, but it's still in the plan as I read it on the agenda. And I think, just to be very clear, there are downstream effects when we comply with that type of hateful and offensive those statements. And even if we're saying that it's not legally enforceable, that language does create a chilling effect. It does create fear for our organizations who are trying to determine what services, outreach, or affirming practices that they feel like could put their funding at risk. And as a county, we have a very clear position of support for equity, inclusion, and dignity. And so to state otherwise on this application, I think would be action that flies in the face of everything else every other position that we've ever taken. So
I do know that an addendum was created to attach to the agreement. If you allow Darby to talk, I think he can give you more insight to that.
And so let's go to Darby first, and then we'll go to county council just for a comment on those questions, and to Supervisor Alejo's question as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Darby Marshall, Housing Program Manager. First, to Supervisor Alejo's question about the Community Human Services, PHS, that's permanent supportive housing. That is 21 buildings with 53 units, and they currently have 160 clients in those facilities. And the intent here is we want to replace the roofs so that those units don't deteriorate and we have to pull them offline. With regards to the offensive language, that language is not actually found in the action plan. It's in the actual federal agreement itself. And when I went and looked at what the city of Monterey had referenced, it was last year's agreement. And it was, in fact, in last year's agreement with the county. We do have, county council has drafted an addendum indicating that we are a member of a class, that there is an injunction against the enforcement of that. That will be attached when we sign the formal grant agreements with the federal government. So we have taken care of it there. Other than that, it's not part of the action plan itself. It's one of these things that the federal government just tacked on as a codicil to the standard agreement that is used for CDBG and home. And with regard to Catholic Charities, if I may, one of the challenges that we have, Supervisor, is tenant-based rental assistance is not generally for keeping people immediately housed. It's more like the Section 8 voucher program. And so one of the challenges that it comes with administering a home tenant-based rental assistance program is you have to have a huge amount of institutional infrastructure to go out and do the unit inspections, collect leases, and do all kinds of extra documentation. And that's why we're recommending that we work with the housing authority to do that. They have an emergency shelter voucher program that they're out of money for this year. But if we fund it, at the end of the year, they can convert those to regular Section 8 vouchers. So it kind of does exactly what you're requesting. It helps keep people housed now, but it also creates an opportunity down the road to get them permanent housing vouchers. So hopefully we can keep them housed longer. So not only was the Catholic Charities application deficient, but there was also no discussion of how that they had any understanding of the logistical requirements of trying to manage those funds because they are very complex.
Thank you, Darby. Let's take it back out to public comment and try this one more time. So we're going to go to the phone number ending in 194. And you'll have to press star, okay, 194.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you better now, thank you.
Okay.
And go ahead, you have 2 minutes for public comment.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Sarah Epperson, and I am a resident of Pacific Grove. I am calling to urge you to remove the bigoted language in the county's CDBG proposal, specifically the statement that Monterey shall not use grant funds to promote gender ideology as defined in Executive Order 14168, which is profoundly harmful and exclusionary. As a queer member of the community, it is extremely disappointing to see the county comply in advance with a deeply hateful and discriminatory administration. While this administration's goals are to marginalize and erase these members of our community, it is your duty to stand up fiercely for every member of our community, especially the most vulnerable who need the housing support and stability that the CDBG program is designed to protect. Our local government should not adopt or perpetuate language that marginalizes its own residents. Doing so signals to the members of the LGBTQ+ community that we are unwelcome or unsafe in our own community. I urge the county to remove the language from the final version of the CDBG program and to refuse to endorse or perpetuate the harmful rhetoric in Executive Order 14168. Monterey County has the opportunity to demonstrate leadership by affirming that every resident deserves dignity, housing, security, and belonging, regardless of gender identity. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for persevering to get through on the phone. We'll go next to the phone number ending in 747.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you for joining us. We have 2 minutes on the clock for you. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, and thank you for taking my call. My name is Megan Yeoman, and I'm a resident of Pacific Grove. I'm calling to urge you to remove the completely unnecessary and offensive language in the county's CDBG proposal, specifically the line that Monterey shall not use grant funds to promote gender ideology as defined in Executive Order 14168. As the mother of a queer child and the grandmother of a trans child, I am extremely disappointed to see Monterey County preemptively bow to a hateful administration instead of stand up for the most marginalized members of our Monterey County community. I hope you're able to do the right thing and remove this language and recommit to standing up for all members of our Monterey County community. And also, thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. We'll go next to Catherine.
Hi again, thank you. I'm an activist, as you probably know, for children and families, and I represented a case out of Texas wherein the mother was transgendering her children against the father's will and against the child's will. He was only 7 years old. We granted gay rights. Now we want transgender rights. We want to indoctrinate our children. This is insane. We need to have some moral high ground. I stand with the federal government. There are children being abused by their own parent for them to be transgender. This is more of a mental health issue. The next thing we're going to want is people marrying their pets. Draw a line in the sand. This is egregious behavior. This is not the child's voice. This is adults speaking for a child. It's insane. It's harmful. Read the story about Save James. These children are being mutilated for the behavior of mentally ill people. And back to the money. We have so many illegal aliens in Monterey County, in California, period, that broke the law. There's a law about crossing the border. There's a process. I'm a retired Social Security worker of 12 years. They had amnesty. They chose to hire coyotes and come across the border with illegal papers. And they're using those illegal papers to get welfare benefits and housing in our community. That is shortening the ability for our local legal citizens to get the housing they need. I'm a retired registered process server. I served so many court lawsuits in low-income housing. Gang members, they're only supposed to be felons living in low-income housing, but they are.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands raised, so we'll bring it back to the board. And I'll just, so I appreciate the comment that it's in the template, or it's in the signatories, and so that we can do an addendum. But I'm referencing on page 1 of, it's page 1 of the annual action plan. The entirety of the introduction paragraph reiterates the language that I'm asking to have removed, and so that's not the if we can do an addendum to strike out the form language, but to have it included specifically in our plan is what I'm objecting to. So just to be very clear, this is on page 5 of the PDF, attachment D, that very clearly includes, written out at the forefront of our plan, language that is highly objectionable. We'll go back to Darby.
Supervisor, if I may, we will, I will have to work with County Council on that to figure out the best way to do this. I'm not sure it's as simple as simply striking it out of the plan, because that is, big pieces of this plan are written by HUD. So I'll have to work with County Council, but we will either have a paragraph that this is HUD required language that is unenforceable, or we will strike it if County Council says that is acceptable.
All right, happy to entertain action by this board on this plan.
Yeah, I'm fine with all the recommendations except for the solar empowerment. I wonder if my colleagues would be willing to kind of remove that one. And then Darby mentioned there is a possibility to put that towards keeping people housed, but through the Housing Authority, which can do all the verifications. I just don't see them that they've applied here. So I don't know what needs to be done for them to be able to carry out such a program. But 1,000 with all the significant costs and people struggling even more with gas and many other things, foods going up. I just wonder how could that be carried out, Darby, if my colleagues would be so inclined to use that money for a housing program?
Supervisors, unfortunately, the way that the CDBG program works, we can only use 20% or 15% of the grant dollars for public services. And in order to fund additional tenant-based rental assistance, we would have to use CDBG public service dollars, which are already fully recommended. So this is the solar empowerment is coming out of the funds that are restricted to affordable housing, infrastructure, and community facilities. If the board wanted to, you could direct us to reduce the amount that is available for owner-occupied housing rehabilitation and direct that to tenant-based rental assistance, but only within certain limits before we would trigger having to come back to the board and amend our consolidated plan. It's certainly doable. It's just what the board's desire is.
So I'll just add, I think, I think one of the things that I feel comfortable with the VTC is they're investing significantly in creating additional housing units. So any reductions in their PG&E costs, I'm confident in watching their work that they're reinvesting that directly back into the creation of additional units serving homeless individuals. So I'll go to.
Yeah, on that particular solar project, I'm not on the committee. I didn't look into it into detail. I'm wondering if one of the reasons being proposed is to say, for them to save money on an electric bill, which, how much would that be? And, that obviously opens up money, other programmatic money for other activities if it's being saved. And that's also, it's a long-term savings. So without a reason why there'd be to pull that on them, I'm disinclined to do that myself.
Yeah, there's 4 of us. I'm hearing 2 not there. So whatever moves us forward today, I think and on the other matter, I still lack clarity on what. I would turn to council if we're going to make a motion at this point on the other item on how to approach that to put us in a position where you've heard the concerns of the community. We've seen them play out on, I think Supervisor Askew, social media with community around the city of Monterey, similar issues. So just at this point, what's the right path forward?
If I may, Chair, it's our position that enforcement of that particular certification is enjoined by federal court orders, specifically Rhode Island Coalition Against Domestic Violence versus Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And what we would recommend is putting an addendum on that says the recipient does not certify compliance with said provisions, and it can be what's in the contract as well as what's in the draft proposal that's required, and state that these provisions have been enjoined by federal court orders. So you're striking through an addendum, if you will, the offensive language.
I think, but I would also ask that we remove it from the page 1 of our plan and reference the addendum in that the city of Monterey simply took language that said, that they'll abide by federal rules and requirements as legally enforceable, which would address, I think, both points.
And we can add that we will comply with federal law. My concern about actually marking up a federal contract is that once you change that contract, instead of putting an addendum, there's more likelihood that the funding will be pulled and the contract won't be executed by the federal government.
Not hearing a motion, I'm going to make a motion that we adopt the proposal that's in front of us with amendments to page 1 of attachment D to reference the similar language to direct county council to work with our team and consult with the city of Monterey to mirror language that was used in their application, speaking to this issue of the offensive language that's being called out. So that'll be a motion.
I want to make sure we're not just jeopardizing the whole thing here. I mean, it needs to be. This is an important issue. It has to be addressed. And when does a decision have to be made on this?
The action plan is due to HUD by Friday.
Well, that makes a problem, doesn't it? Are we going to be able to get, some language?
So I'm confident the county council can work with them to get some language in there.
You feel you can do it in that period?
It's simple. It would be following this lines. We'll take a look at what City of Monterey did as well.
Not on this issue, but I just want to speak. I'll vote for this today, but I would just ask staff and maybe the committee that solar projects aren't the priority right now. That's not where the greatest need is, even though they're nice. They might save some, but I don't think they're going to save a lot because they're so expensive to install and to for this amount. I don't think it's going to serve that many households, but this could have served dozens of families needing that help. But for today, I'm going to support it because I do think VTC does great work.
All right, and the motion is clear to County Council? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, passes with the 4 present supervisors. Okay, thank you again, Dawn, for all the work. All right, let's move to item number 15. This is an update on our Measure AA funding and related projects, and we'll bring our AA team in. Thank you for joining us, Debbie.
Should be back. We're playing a little bit.
Okay. First off, thank you, Board Supervisors and Chair Askew. Michael Beaton, Assistant County Administrative Officer. Presenting with me today is my esteemed colleague, Director Ishii from Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. Today's item is requesting the Board approve a budget resolution to appropriate funds for Measure AA projects that were previously approved by the Board. Receive an update on some of the early successes of those projects. Approve the expansion of 2 of those projects, which you'll hear about in a little bit, and add 1 new Measure AA project to the approved list and all related budget transactions associated. This item requires a 4/5, as it is budget related. In August 2025, the Board identified fiscal year 25-26 budget priorities for Measure AA funding. The initial projects had emphasis on being placed in highly visible community impacting projects. Priority areas identified by the Board included road repair and infrastructure projects, water and sewer infrastructure, parks projects, essentially mandated services, and public safety. The Board also directed that projects should not be approved until funding was actually received, or what I call cash in hand. On February 3rd, 2026, the Board approved $10.1 million in Tier 1 projects identified on the exhibit with funds that were received at that time. The Board also gave direction to move forward with the Tier 2 projects as funds were received, which was another $4.2 million. Well, the funds have now been received for both to support both Tier 1 and Tier 2 projects, and including the items that are currently in the fiscal year 25-26 budget. Today's action is in part to effectuate those budget transactions required to appropriate the funding to those departments to finance those projects to proceed forward. In addition, on April 23rd, 2026, the Measure AA Committee received an update on the early successes of some of those projects, which you'll hear about in just a second. During that update, the Measure AA Committee was supportive and identified 2 roads projects that were identified for potential expansion from the initial scope in the Tier 1 and Tier 2 projects that were approved. Also identified was an opportunity to implement planning efforts for a scenic road protection structure to preserve and protect county assets. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Director Ishii for a continued update.
Thank you very much, Assistant CIO Beaton. As introduced, I'm Randall Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks, and the presentation before the Board is, as stated, an update on the early success Tier 1 and Tier 2 projects, in addition to some additional Tier 2 projects that were asked by for the department. And as noted on this next slide, this is essentially the same presentation as provided to the Measure AA Committee at their April 26 meeting. So the overview of the presentation is to talk about, here again, the status update, proposed FY26 Tier 2 projects, and then open up for questions and comments by your Board and the public. And to start us off, these next few slides are examples of the early success projects as approved by the Board that have been completed well before the 30 June 26 end of fiscal year date. This first slide exemplifies before and after pictures of Blackie Road. The paving work was completed on March 26, 2026, and the striping was completed on April the 1st. Moving on with another example of success that's been completed is Dolan Road in the North County. The paving work was completed with the extents that were increased from Castro Boulevard westerly to past the railroad tracks. And the paving work was completed on April the 14th, with the striping being completed on April the 23rd. Top picture shows the before condition, and the bottom picture represents the after condition. Another project that the department engaged on was the first tier of the San Venancio Road from State Route 68 easterly to Harper Canyon. The paving work was completed on April the 6th, with the striping work being completed on April the 9th. The bottom picture in this case represents the before condition, and the top picture represents the after construction completion picture. This next one represents Reservation Road. And on Reservation Road, the paving work was completed on March 25th, 2026, and the striping was completed on March 30th, 2026. Top picture represents the before condition of Reservation Road nearby the East Garrison community, and the bottom represents the post-construction completion pictures. And rounding things out, in the South County, we had Bradley Road, and Bradley Road's paving was completed on March the 12th, 2026, with the striping being completed on March 20th, 2026. The bottom picture represents the before condition through the community, and the top picture represents the post-construction and completion picture, with striping pending in this particular picture. But again, striping was completed on March 20th of this year. So a lot of road projects were completed in a very short time frame once the funding was and direction were approved. Staff engaged on those, and with a couple months time period, these road projects were completed, with the last few in the hopper as we speak, again to be completed before 30 June 26. The parks projects have started as much work as they could, but due to lack of appropriations, they are not at the same level of completion or initiation. So the item today will, if the board approves it, will give them that funding and appropriations so that they can continue with their projects. This slide is a location map representing the additional Tier 2 projects that the department brought back to the Measure AA Committee for the consideration. It's a Google Earth base map with the push pins representing the 3 proposed project locations. And the background layer around the Google Earth base map represents the Board of Supervisor districts. So the first project that staff presented was the Vieira Canyon Road. And Vieira Canyon Road's original Tier 2 limits were from State Route 156 to approximately 1 mile east. Taking in feedback from the committee from previously, staff looked at it further and determined that an additional Tier 2 project to be done at the same time as the original Tier 2 project could be completed, and that staff recommends adding approximately 1.1 miles to the end of the county maintained road at an estimated cost of $1.2 million. So again, it's to do the original Tier 2 project plus an additional 1.1 miles to get the project fully paved, again, the road fully repaved within the county's maintained mileage at an estimated cost of $1.2 million additional. So the total Vieira Canyon Road project cost would be approximately $2.2 million. And again, this proposal would complete all of Vieira Canyon Road. That's in the county's jurisdiction. The next one is San Venancio Road, and as mentioned, the Tier 1 project, which was from State Route 68 to Harper Canyon Road of approximately 1 mile, has already been completed. So the original Tier 2 that was brought to the committee and to the board was from milepost 1.0 to milepost 2.0, and that's the far easterly side of the San Venancio Road where it loops back around into Corral de Tierra. Staff, again, looked at this a little further, and staff determined and recommended that the project could be increased by approximately half a mile to the east of this proposed milepost 1.0 to 2.0 due to its paving condition for an additional $800,000 or $0.8 million. Thus, the total San Venancio Road cost for the Tier 1 and Tier 2 would now be $2.8 million, But here again, the additional Tier 2 request would be $1.8 million. And the final project proposal that staff had brought forward to the committee was the scenic road protection structure. And as the board knows, this is a multi-hazard mitigation project that protects critical infrastructure. It stabilizes the road known as Scenic Road, where it resides upon a bluff and has a proclivity to become scoured by high wave action and other environmental hazard. And the project would also safeguard the sewer and communication lines that are within the road prism of Scenic Road. The project supports public access by protecting the Carmel River State Beach, which serves approximately 80,000 plus visitors annually. And it's a resilient coastal project in that it's a low-profile wall that protects the bluff from, again, waves, lagoon outflow, those environmental factors that staff have mentioned previously, and also to protect it from the 100-year flood and storm event by providing that level of protection. And it also enhances environmental sensitivity by allowing a natural lagoon breach to occur as opposed to the action of which the county public works staff perform every year, typically during the winter season, where a pilot channel is carved into Carmel River State Beach to help promote the flow of the Carmel River back to where it should go across the beach and into the ocean. That is done after staff acquire many permits from the various regulatory agencies. And as a note, this project was one of the top 3 priorities of from the legislative workshop and legislative priorities of the board. And so this slide summarizes the progress to date that has been pursued on the Scenic Road Protection Structure project. Staff had applied for a FEMA Hazardous Mitigation Grant Program grant, also known as Hotel Mike Gulf Papa, but unfortunately it was not selected. So in order to keep the project moving forward, staff brought this proposal to the Measure AA committee, where the plan would be to not only continue seeking other grant opportunities, but also to start a set phase of the project of initial design and permitting, which would be done through a request for proposals process to select a consultant team. And the team would be scoped for just enough work to be able to start more design work, potentially get it to the 60% design, as well as start acquiring permits, the multiple upon multiple permits that are needed for this project. In addition, staff would look at acquiring other local funds to help pair up with this initial money to get the project going. So the request was $500,000 to do the request for proposal document, solicit it, bring back to the board a qualifications-based, highest-based consultant team for the initial design and permitting of the project. And again, with an eye towards the future, it would try to combine other local funds for this phase, but the outcome of the product would be to make the scenic road protective structure more competitive for grant opportunities. In talking with the grant scoring committees and others for feedback through a debrief, it was found that to make a project more competitive, it needs to be at that 60% design level with an understanding of what permits are needed for the project. So in summary of these additional Tier 2 projects, the first project of increasing the Tier 2 limits of Vera Canyon Road would be an additional $1.2 million. The next project was to increase the limits of San Venancio Road for an additional $0.8 million. And the funding for the initial design and permitting and the preparation of the request for proposal document for the scenic road protection structure is on the order of $0.5 million. So the total additional request at this time is $2.5 million, and this was supported by the Measure AA committee. And that concludes this part of the presentation. And with that, we open it up to the board for questions or comments, and staff, thanks you very much.
Thank you. We'll start with public comment. Is there anyone for public comment on this item number 15? Okay, seeing no hands raised, we'll bring it back to the board for public comment, public discussion, or a motion. Supervisor Church?
This is on the project list. It was the parks, I know, which have not, the work has not started on that because just the way the funding goes. Do we have an approximate date when some of these park projects that have been talked about earlier will be, or have been talked about, the Measure AA would be coming forth?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Church.
And I know I'm jumping kind of ahead to attachment B, maybe, which you're going to discuss later, or earlier, I should say. Later, that would be the right word. Yes, I'll get it right. But I would try to get some timeline on this.
Certainly, and good question, Supervisor Church. When we get into more development on some of these projects, we can certainly provide your board and the Measure AA committee with a further status update of the development of these projects. Again, some of them have been able to acquire the materials for the project. Others require some consultants to assist with that portion of the project due to the level of complexity. So those will take a little bit longer, but if your board approves the funding appropriation for them, Park staff is ready to re-engage on these and provide an update of where they're at in terms of their timelines.
We don't have a date right now, is what you're saying at this point.
There is not a date determined at this point,
Okay,
correct?
thank you.
Yeah, I just want to point out that as we look at the map of the projects and where the pins are for this next round, there's not a single one in the 3rd district. And as we talk about equity and wanting to make sure to address the biggest needs with the majority of roads, I was obviously part of the committee that made this recommendation, and the reason I'm calling it out is in the past they've been referred to as our slush fund projects. So I just wanted to call that out and say that in the future, in the first 2 rounds, we've not received our portion, whether you're looking at road miles, whether you're looking at need or failing roads in the 3rd yet. But I've been happy to meet these immediately doable projects and agree with Supervisor Church to bring these to the forefront to capture what we had outlined as a priority in framing these projects as key quick wins for the community. But as we look forward to the future, I just wanted to frame that and be clear that for now, right, there's not much yet in South County. We've had a couple small roads, but in the future, I'm hoping we can have that parity and I not be called out in the future and say, this map has a lot more South County. Well, this is why the first 2 have not been there. But as we move forward, look forward to continuing to make progress county-wide, which is what we've been able to do so far with these projects and position key projects that have been identified by this board, like the protection structure in Carmel, for future wins. So happy to support this today.
Well, I'm kind of reluctant because I don't totally understand this process yet either, because it seems like we approved doing part of the improvements on these 2 streets, and then instead of looking at other roads that are on our waiting list, basically, roads that Supervisor Lopez is talking about, now we're saying, well, let's spend another $2.5 million on doing a little bit more on these other 2 areas in the county versus spreading these resources more equitably across the county. So here we are extending projects that are already getting done. I know it's not fully, but there's other projects in the pipeline waiting, and now we push off $2.5 million less for those to get more done on these. And I don't know the conditions of the road, right? Because we don't see. I know Randy, you and your team are professionals at this, but when it comes to us here, we don't say, look, this is the current photo of additional tier 2 on Vieira Canyon, and this is why we think it's needed. This is the dangers that it presents. We don't get any of that. We just always get, could do more. It's going to cost us so much if you guys approve it today. But that's all basic. We're not getting any other analysis of how was that prioritized, this additional work was prioritized over all the other projects that are in the wait. Randy, I don't know if you got a response to that.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Alejo. Those are very good salient points. And there, as you noted, there are multiple needs throughout the county. These were ones that staff felt would be quick wins that could be done before June 30th, with the case of scenic road protection structure needing to go beyond that. So we would need to do probably an assignment fund to take it beyond the June 30th date. But again, these are ones that, while construction crews are out there, they would be completed before the June 30th date. Again, exemplifying that these early success projects are showing delivery back to the the ratepayers, our public. But that all in mind, and as you pointed out, there are many other needs and other projects in the county. There is a complement list that staff have prepared for consideration for a future year, in this case fiscal year 27, that we would like to bring back that are separate of this item. These were just ones that here again we felt could be done in the next 2 months time period. And to that end, the Vieira Canyon Road, by way of example, some of the things that we looked at besides the timeline for construction was also how it serves as a corridor for residents who live in that area to get to a destination place, in this case a shopping center, to get goods and services of which they need, both local along that street, but also in other portions of that part of North County that people would use to access the Prune Tree Shopping Center.
Yeah, well, just feedback on what you said. I'd rather not do projects, multi-million-dollar projects, because they're quick wins before a particular date. I would rather see in the future saying, these are how we rate roads. Tier 1 is very poor condition. Tier 5 is the best. We rank these, evaluated. This particular new additional tier is Tier 2 or Tier 1. That would be some objective evidence that we're focusing the limited resources on the roads that are in the worst repair first, rather than saying, oh, we're doing some work up the street. If we add this, it's a quick win for the public. Maybe the road is not as bad as other roads that are in the wait, right? So that's where I'm saying, let's have some objective criteria in the future. Otherwise, if we don't see it, we don't know. We're just voting for these blindly because it looks good and it's a quick win. And I don't think that's the way we should be making decisions over limited dollars when we have so many roads in very, very bad repair. And I'd rather focus on those. If some of these stretches are not as in bad condition, yes, they deserve attention at some point, but there's probably other roads that are in far much worse shape that probably should be prioritized over a quick win before June 30th.
Right. I did have a question about the project list shows 16.85 million, including the 650,000 for the housing element implementation, but the board report shows 16.2 million appropriations increase for 25-26. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing where the housing element fits in. Is that for next year's?
Great question. We worked with the HCD director in the department. They identified they won't actually start the work for the housing element until next fiscal year, so we have included it in the fiscal year 27 recommended budget. So it is included into next year's budget as they were not able to start or complete this item this fiscal year.
Okay, great. So it's there, but for next year, and the other 16.2 million is for this year's budget.
Correct.
Okay, got it. And then, to Supervisor Alejo's comments, I think I can just echo a perfect need again for why we need just some policies to guide how these dollars are spent, prioritized. I think that issue has come up every single time we've had a conversation, so I will again ask for that to be prioritized. And in regards to the sort of equity point, 4 million, just about 4 million of the initial 13 million in roads allocation is headed to District 3. So I just want to make sure we know that where the roads are, where the needs are. And what I hear you saying is that you want to make sure those projects are like getting done in the same timeliness and order. So the funding is allocated. I just want to make that clear. We're all on the same page for that.
I think the point was I have 2/3 of all road miles in my district, right? So 66% of all roads are in the district. So 4 out of 13 isn't equal to the 66% of roads.
Right. And so back to the policy and process that we use, just the number of road miles may not equal the number of miles driven on a road. And so I think there's nuances in how we need to get really clear about how we're valuing and prioritizing investments. We could have, tons of road miles, but if they're, I think there's details there that need to be considered. And so just want to call out, like there is a priority being given to District 3 in terms of roads improvements. And then on, let's see here, I just wanted to confirm the housing element. Okay, so I've got my questions. So those were my questions. Thank you. I can support, given the lack of a process that we're following clearly that we've all agreed to, I can support what's in front of us today. But again, we'll state that it would be really great to have some clarity of what the guidelines are for how that we agree on collectively, so that when things come forward, we are on the same page. So I'll toss it back to Supervisor Church, and then I'm happy to entertain a motion.
Well, we have talked about those guidelines too, and are developing it. These are the initial projects that were approved, and we were following the direction the board gave, as the board report states in August of 25, which just says, do high visibility roads, which is what was done. And that's what we're doing, and they're, it is going to be difficult to completely measure things out between road mileage and population, but there's a lot of road miles down in South County that need to be addressed. There's larger populations up in the north. So, the way it's coming out is it's roughly coming out equal, I think, as you're looking through some of these areas, but there's going to be times when we present things, such as this time, where it's heavier in other areas, and next time, hopefully it'll be heavier down in South County. And in terms of putting a lot of money into a certain road, I've pushed on this repeatedly, and it's my experience is when Paradise Road was paved a year or two ago, and the county had to fix a very bad area, and then we had some extra funds and we extended it. We didn't do the entire road. So yes, I got people that said, thank you for paving the road, part of the road. But where we stopped paving, I got complaints because people said, why did you stop in front of my driveway and not pave that? So instead of us taking pieces here and pieces there and pieces there and doing little bits like we're trying to put together a broken vase or something, it's really good to proceed forward onto this. With Vieira Canyon, there was talk of doing just the first mile. I think it was the first mile up on San Benancio. And I've advocated and appreciate the support on that we go through it when we have a project, a road it's bad, like Vieira Canyon. That's a good example. I'm familiar with that better than I am San Benancio. The whole road is about the same condition. So now, why stop at 1 mile? Let's do 2. And let's finish the road and get it done properly and right. And in terms of developing a plan for this, I don't know if we should go back on the worst roads. Otherwise, I'm sure we're going to be paving for a long time on Nacimiento Ferguson, perhaps, which is a dirt road. And it does get some use. But you got to look at the condition of the road, and how much it's used, and the purpose it's used for. And so there's not going to be a perfect science in this, but we have been talking about that in the meetings. But right now, we're still going through what was the general direction that was given months ago on going through with high visible projects, and that was the direction that the board gave. And I do hope we'll have something a little more specific when we come back again.
Yeah, and my point to that was the same, in that if we went strictly by the data, I'd probably end up with 90% of the funds. If you go strictly by failing roads, length, condition, access, and the pure sense of equity, and I'm not looking for that. I'm trying to be fair to the colleagues, understanding that there's needs countywide. I'm not trying to create a program that just looks at that because it would only benefit my district. That was the point I was making. Again, back to why the program is so far rolled out the way it is. I know Supervisor Church has seen the data. Randy's presented it several times and just shared, well, this is where the Fs are, this is where the Ds are. And we'd be paving South County for 6-7 years before anybody else saw a dime. And that would not put any of us in a great light when trying to show the community that Measure AA has worked, beyond folks saying, well, Lopez took it all. And I'm trying to avoid that conversation through clarity and transparency around the fact that we're not necessarily using direct algorithms and data, or there would be a straight slant to south. So.
Yeah, Madam Chair, as Supervisor Church indicated, and I think Supervisor Lopez has too, the committee is working on guidelines. We've had some preliminary discussion at the last meeting. I believe the committee's meeting again in June, and we'll be further working on that. So there will be guidelines developed and bringing those to the board at some point.
Again, happy to entertain a motion.
I so move to approve staff recommendation.
All right, we have a motion from Church, a second from Lopez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
One opposed, three. Did this need a 4/5? Okay.
We did need 4/5, so it has the effect of not going forward.
I'm going to drive, before this comes back, I'm going to drive down Vieira Canyon Road and see the conditions, and also San Venancio.
If I can propose an alternative, if the direction is because of the additional items, if we can get potential maybe approval to move forward with the budget resolution, but authorizing the county administrative office to make changes to that budget resolution as to remove the additional items that were identified, that would at least allow us to fund the current approved projects, I'd really appreciate that.
And so to be clear on what's being impacted if we don't do that, at this point, there's the projects in parks, they don't have the flexibility within their funding to move forward on those. So those are at a standstill until we can get this funding resolution passed. And again, the parks projects we approved last time have not moved forward because the funding has not yet been allocated. And so a bifurcation would let us move forward on
My concern is on the additional projects, so if we put that aside and bring it back down the road, then I could go with the rest.
Would you like to make that motion?
We could modify your motion.
Well, it failed, so we're starting with the new
Okay.
motion.
I'd like to see this come back with a full board, frankly. And I don't know how quickly we can do that on doing things, but, you know, I mean, otherwise we're just putting a standstill on our projects, which I thought, you know, we were trying to deliver to the public, which is what the board asked us to do in August, and now we're not doing that. So I guess we don't have the 4/5 vote to serve the people in this county as we've suggested.
But I think we should not do projects because they're convenient and you want to get it before June 30th. That should not be the criteria, as was stated by staff. But the other projects have been in the works. I'm good with those. I could move those forward. Just these 2 additional projects don't seem to have the justification to do them just because it's convenient.
So would you like to make that motion?
Yes, I make the motion to approve all the recommendations with exclusion of the early success tier 2 additional projects.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is staff clear on the motion? Everyone's clear on the motion?
I would like that for consideration, not as part of the motion, but additional direction that the other items be brought back at the soonest possible time, see if that gets us to 4.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Good.
All in favor on the replacement motion? Aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Do we have 4? That was 4 yeses? All right. Okay. Thank you for that. And the other item, we'll get that on the next available agenda, hopefully as soon as possible. Okay, we'll move on to item number 16. To receive a presentation from 2 of the 4 development set-aside agencies. We have the Monterey County Business Council with us and C. Monterey.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew, Board of Supervisors, Assistant CAO Palinelli. Richard Vaughn, Economic Development Manager here, and we have a presentation, as you mentioned, by the 2 development set-aside agencies out of the 4 that we currently oversee, and I'll be introducing both Executive Director and President and CEO of the organizations. The first presentation that we have is by Jeff Ruster, our Executive Director for the Monterey County Business Council, and just to give you some additional background on the Development Set-Aside program. This is a program that operates annually, and the organizations are required to provide an in-person presentation and then their annual report. And this is the first of the 2 with the in-person presentation to the Board of Supervisors. Jeff?
Thank you, and Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors, I'm Jeff Ruster, the Executive Director with the Monterey County Business Council. And I'm joined today by Jordan Caballero. Jordan is a key staff with the MCBC program. He works on our Apex Accelerator program and also is the current lead for the Small Business Development Center. Both programs we'll talk about in just a second. Joining us virtually as well is Jenny McAdams. Jenny is the Director of Operations. She also is our point person for the Leadership Monterey County program. And we are here today to report during the period of July through December of 2025. I just want to point out for the record that I just joined back in March, a couple months ago. So all the accomplishments, all the great work that has been going on is really due fully to the credit of the staff, Jenny, Jordan, Victor Valdez, Rhonda DeVito, and others. Next slide. MCBC just celebrated its 30th anniversary, and since day one, our mission has been focused on making stronger and more resilient the economy of Monterey County. And though our mission has stayed very focused on the same thing for the last 30 years, our operating approach and our programs have changed through the years as the economy has changed and as the needs of businesses have changed. And you'll see up here a brief listing of the different programs that we've run. I've already mentioned them: the Apex program, the Leadership Monterey County, SBDC, and there are other initiatives as well that are funded with DSA resources. And on the next page, I'm sure you'll recognize the priorities here. The thing I really wanted to emphasize, though, is that for every dollar of funding we get from DSA, we're able to leverage $3 or $4 from the federal government for the Apex program, and then for the SBDC program, both federal and state dollars. So that obviously allows us, working with our partners, to expand impact within the county. So it's a critical source of funding for us. On the next page. In order to stay in tune with the needs of businesses, we interact with anywhere from 500 to 600 businesses a year. So that's obviously feedback that we can get in terms of the opportunities and the challenges that we're facing. As I think you're aware of, we've done a lot of research through the years, most recently on kind of what the regional economic trends are, and also the opportunities and, again, the challenges facing small business. These reports were available up on our website. We believe they provide important input to policymakers, to our partners, and it really does help MCBC decide where to target most our resources, get optimal impact, where we should be doing our marketing and outreach, and where and who with whom we should be partner to increase that outreach. Leadership Monterey County is just a wonderful program. Everywhere I go, I seem to encounter like a current cohort member or former alumni of the Leadership Monterey County program. It is developing the next generation of leaders. It provides, wonderful learning and network opportunities, study tours. There have been study tours to date since this program launched. I think it was February in both the agricultural sector, the education sector, and there's another study tour that's lined up for this Friday. The Apex Accelerator program, again, this is funded with the Department of Labor. During this time, we've supported around 250 companies during that 6-month period. What I would note is some of those companies were able to secure $70 million worth of contracts, which I think is a particularly impressive number over a 6-month period of time. And for that specific 6-month period of time, because there was the shutdown, there were a lot of layoffs, and there was a lot of reorganization going on with the federal government. So again, I think these speak testimony. And you'll see also, in terms of the client demographics, the women-owned, Hispanic-owned, veteran-owned businesses are a big part of the clientele that we serve. And the only other thing I would add on this program is designed mostly for well-established businesses that can have the systems in place and the experience to really, manage the complex procurement processes often associated with government contracts. The Small Business Development Center program, again, is funded with a mix of state and federal resources. We served over 300 businesses during this 6-month period. The SBDC program is a nice complement to the Apex program because the SBDC program, it does serve well-established businesses, and quite often there's a referral to the Apex program once maybe a business plan has been put in place, and then maybe going after government contracts is a way to kind of implement that business plan. But SBDC also does serve folks that are just starting a business. business, maybe a first time starting a business, or people thinking about starting a business. We do have a rotating presence for this program in Soledad, in Monterey, and obviously here in Salinas as well. A couple of numbers I would just point. You can see kind of the businesses that we serve and the profile of those businesses. For that 6-month period, a key data point would be that there was an overall increase of $1.8 million in sales by these companies, which obviously enhances the local tax base, and 15 of those clients went on to actually start a small business. Coming back to the DSA priorities around economic, workforce development, marketing and outreach, and partnerships. I think this example here, supporting childcare entrepreneurs, is a wonderful example of that. It is a program that is really, and a partnership that is being led principally by Nurture and Bright Beginnings. They have, over the years, developed a strong program where they work with entrepreneurs and provide training in Spanish and English to help entrepreneurs establish a home-based childcare business. Around June of last year, that training was coming to an end. There were 62 businesses that those organizations helped in terms of helping them through the licensing process, the training, as I mentioned, and providing them small grants to defray the costs of starting up. SBDC then came in and supported some of those companies in the July, August, September, October timeframe to provide them with further technical assistance, because that first or 2 years of being an entrepreneur can be very intimidating. There's a lot of new things, a lot of unexpected things. So having the ability to tap into the SBDC advisory network really helped those companies. And with a cohort that ended that year, last year, about 500 new slots were created. And I'm really happy to say, with additional funding provided by the county, we directly, MCBC, with county funding, have supported a second round, a new cohort of about 30 individuals that just started about a month ago that we hope leads to the creation of 200 to 250 new child care slots. So again, I want to just thank you, and I want to thank Richard and Isela for the very warm welcome that they've offered me. They have been very patient with all the questions I've been asking here in my first couple months on the job. But of course, I want to thank every one of the board of supervisor members here. It is really due to your individual and your collective leadership that the county and the economy is stronger, it's more resilient, and it's more inclusive. So that ends my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Maybe we'll bring it back to the board for any questions on this presentation. No? Supervisor Alejo, anything? Nope. Okay. We will say thank you for the presentation. We'll do the next one, then we'll do public comment, and then some discussion. Thank you.
And next up, we have Rob O'Keefe, President and CEO of C Monterey, and his team will actually be sharing the presentation virtually over Zoom.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this update. I also have with me Mackenzie Fisher. She's on our marketing team. She's going to run the PowerPoint because I can't push the button right, so she's going to do that for me. So an update on are you still logging in? And there we are. So strategic update, as Richard had mentioned. I'll give a few updates and go through this pretty quick, then a little bit of foreshadowing on what's coming next. So on the next slide, staffing update. So some of you may know a couple of these folks. We've bolstered our community relations program and how we work with our community, first by bringing in Dawn Mathis Park as our new Vice President of Marketing and Community Relations. She had 10 years at Pebble Beach. She was at 3CE for a number of years before joining us. We're very excited about that. And then I think you all know Colleen Courtney, who is coming on a week from yesterday as our new Community Relations Director. So we're very excited about that. This is an updated report of investment report. It's looking at the dollars that the county's invested through the third quarter of this fiscal year and the return on that investment measured in a number of different ways, ranging from our sales team bringing in 25 groups to county properties, which resulted in over 3,000 booked room nights and over $2.8 million in economic impact. We also put up there 42,000 website referrals. When people come to cmonterey.com, we want them going to a business's URL as quickly as possible. Most of the businesses, we have 1,200 plus members. Most of them, the large majority of them, are small owner operated. They don't have sales teams. They don't have marketing capabilities. We're that for them. And because of your investment, it's free for those in the county. Let's go to the next one. I sent this out earlier, but I wanted to bring it up one more time. The MCVGA right now is not there. There's sort of a leadership vacuum in terms of how we project our wine country. We are working with several of the leaders in that, and as they come together, including SLH, they actually got a grant for wine tasting room promotion. We're working with them on that. But we're not waiting. We are moving ahead, and in the next year, this is just a warm-up. You may have seen this. It's just outside of Chular. The next year, we're going to focus very heavily on wine country and pushing that. The industry is hurting here and elsewhere, and it needs that promotional boost. And we have a really unique wine country experience that we're going to be out there very big with in the coming year. Next. I think everyone should know the new flight from Chicago is launching on the 23rd. A lot of work went into this. A lot of collaboration went into this. Visit Carmel was very involved. The airport, of course, the aquarium put in a considerable amount of dollars to help promote this flight, and we're very excited about that. And this is a little bit, go ahead to the next line, of how we're promoting it in Chicago right now. And do we have sound?
Wonder begins the moment you land. Discover Monterey, Carmel by the Sea, Pebble Beach, Big Sur, and so much more, with new nonstop flights from Chicago. Monterey, find your way here.
This is playing in Chicago right now, and on the flip side, we're working with Choose Chicago. They're the DMO there, and they're going to be running ads soon to get people to fly from here to Chicago, because the flight won't be successful unless it's full both ways. So it's that type of collaboration that's important to make these things not just start, but continue. Next slide. Speaking of continuing, so we all get together with the community and we work hard to secure these flights. It takes an upfront commitment from a promotional standpoint to make it happen, but then you got to keep it happening. And just as we've done with Dallas and Denver and other markets, not only have we successfully over the years, these are markets that we're always advertising in. And not only have we been successful with keeping these flights going, they're actually increasing the size of the aircraft for these flights. So 737s will be more commonly seen here from LAX, from Denver, from DFW. And that means in the coming summer with the Chicago flight plus the others, we're going to have an additional 4,000 air seats coming into our county over the course of the summer. Huge opportunity, because the people who come from further away, they spend more, they do more. Like I've always said, if we can just get one more night, we might be able to do better than that with these folks coming from Chicago. Next, please. Monterey 1000 is our history series. We've got our own version of Ken Burns going about the county to surface historical facts. You've heard of America 250. We thought we could do better, so we went 1,000 years. History and culture are some of our biggest assets as a tourism destination. So we are, for the entire calendar year, celebrating that. One small example on the next slide, what that looks like.
Tourism, and we did studies many years ago about why do people come to the Monterey Peninsula? Is it because we're the golf capital of the world? Is it because we have all these music festivals? Is it all because of this? And after doing those big studies, you know what the conclusion was? People come to Monterey because of its beauty, Monterey County and the coast. It's the scenery that sells.
That's just a small snippet. It actually went a couple hours, but we didn't want to bring that here today. As you all know, Sam Park can talk. And he did a great episode for us, and we're doing other multiple episodes. So again, this is our history series for Monterey County that will run through December. Next, on the arts, partnering with the Arts Council, and Jackie is here, and that's Jackie's quote. See, Jackie, I told you you're going to be in our presentation. We're celebrating art, another amazing and important way to get people's attention and get them to visit. And so we're celebrating the murals, we're celebrating the galleries, we're celebrating the artists and the stories behind the art. And again, this is a year-long program. We'll probably go past this year. Next. On our community relations part, the only thing I'll point out here is that we do have over 1,200 members, and the membership is free, in part because of the investment you make in the other jurisdictions that we work with, and we're constantly bringing new members in, which is really important because we can't do what we do without having these interesting businesses involved. And then the collaboration, we collaborate with everybody. And on the C Monterey board on our board, you have Supervisor Daniels, who is a voting member. Jackie is on there, Norm Groot, and you can see the rest. So community-wide collaboration is our strength, is our superpower, and we're doing it. Next. Talked a little bit about this, how important groups are. Travelers coming for groups generate 158% the value, the spending of leisure visitors. They're hugely important and highly competitive, and we have a program where we have representation office in Chicago, Dallas, LA, and San Francisco so that we can bring those groups in, groups from further away. And we've got to reach folks on the group side that don't even know you can do a conference here. Just like we've got to reach leisure travelers that don't even know there's a place called Monterey where you can have a vacation. They're out there. We're trying to get to them. Next. Highway 1 was a big part of this first quarter. We've been working with the Big Sur community, Caltrans, our friends at Visit Slow throughout the 3-year closure. But when it opened, we hit it pretty hard. In fact, we're tying it into FIFA and as part of our event strategy. And we've been referring to Highway 1 as the Great California FIFA Road Trip, where there is no better way to get between FIFA games in LA and San Francisco than Highway 1. I didn't say the fastest way. I said the best way. That's an important distinction. That's next. And here's one of the unique ways we partnered with the community.
The legendary road.
You can keep going.
San Francisco. A place to slow down and enjoy the view.
Hey, Callum, what's up? Where are you headed?
Those are professional race car drivers. They look like teens.
Or trade the track for the pitch.
What's with the ball?
The match in LA. San Francisco's next.
Highway 1.
Enjoy the view.
You can't say FIFA in a commercial
Between
or World
California's
Cup.
premier sporting events.
But that's a unique way where we partnered with the regional soccer complex, Laguna Seca, and we brought these folks together just to demonstrate that we are that great sort of nexus between sporting events, halo events we call them, which I'm going to talk a little bit more in a minute. So next. I have some good news. We're sort of back. I can tell you that there has never been greater visitor spending. In 2025, our Dean Runyon study came out and showed that we've had the highest level of visitor spending for a calendar year. In 2019, and the question's been for 6 years, are we back? Well, we're back, sort of. $3.3 billion over 3.2 in 2019. You can go ahead and think to yourself, what if we adjust for inflation? That's why I say sort of, but it's a huge step forward, and I can say very unequivocally, there's never been more people working in tourism, so we had significant growth there, and there's never been more tax revenues coming from the tourism economy. So really big steps forward. Next. What's next? Next. This is an important chart. It says a lot, but it's a little hard to understand. This is an indication of how much our competitors have to spend per room per year. You can see Newport Beach up there and Napa at the very top. That's budget firepower. The dollars that they have to spend to keep people from coming to Monterey County. You can see where the average is, and you can see where Monterey is. Between the TID assessment, your investment, and the investment in other jurisdictions, we're still not where we'd like to be from a budget standpoint, but because I think collaboration gives us an extra boost, we can punch above our weight, and we make those dollars work. But lest some people think, why do we even need to market? Look how beautiful we are. Those places are pretty beautiful as well, and they're spending aggressively to keep people from coming here. So next. So what's it look like for the rest of this year? This is a forecast that was done by Tourism Economics at the beginning in February, right before the Iranian war. And it showed essentially flat growth with occupancy and the other metrics. The reality turns out, next slide, this is first quarter of this calendar year. We beat the odds, we beat the trend significantly. Occupancy didn't go up by 0.4%, it went up by 7.6%. This is a demonstration of how working together, we can beat the odds and we can be better than we might otherwise be through the collaboration that we conduct with you and with others. Next. Travel outlook, it's never been a better time for this somewhat cliche, good, bad, and ugly. There is a lot of uncertainty out there. Fuel prices are very high. There is a downward trend or downward pressure on group business travel and especially international travel. But we're going to continue to focus and we're going to continue to gain ground. The pie when it comes to international has shrunk, but each slice is more valuable, and that's why we need to be aggressive. The next slide. For the coming year, you can see some of the parameters or the strategic imperatives with our new business plan. Market growth, we have 1,000 new rooms. Well, we just opened 300 of them. So does that mean we have only have 700 more now? No, because there's been some other hotels announced or soon to be announced. So we've got to continue to fill new rooms while filling our existing rooms. You see some of the other things we're investing in, I'll just point out responsible travel. We're taking that to a new level in the coming year. Wine Country I mentioned. Event development is a huge opportunity, and we're going to be talking lots more about that. We're very excited. We've got 3 things right now on our books that we're working on, 3 mega events. One of them has to do with the U.S. track and field team, Junior Olympics. They're possibly coming here, not a done deal, working on it. We've got the Ragnar races. If you've not heard of Ragnar races, but you've heard of the Spartan races, think Spartan, but a relay. Or better yet, think 2,500 people here next June for 3+ nights. Big business. And then we're also going to get a big bite of the FIFA Apple. We have a team, cannot disclose who they are until they tell us we can, but they're going to bring a group here for some FIFA activities. It's really cool. I'm very excited about that. Bringing these groups in that aren't here now give us an opportunity to plant business where we need it most. So next slide. Another big point I just want to leave you with, I'm winding down here. We've got to get folks coming here from further away. We have to be focused on the Midwest and the East Coast. Chicago is just a start. By the way, we're working with the airport on some other markets. Some of them are a little closer in, like Portland and Salt Lake City, and some of them are a little bit further out. But the investment that you're making and that other jurisdictions make is allowing us to reach further and further away for people who stay longer, do more, spend more. And on the international front, next slide, these are the markets that we're active in. International marketing is long lead development, long relationships. You don't walk away from it because it's down. You lean into it to get it back. You can see there on the left, our key markets are Canada, Mexico, and the UK, but we're also active in these other markets as well. Next. Car Week, we were challenged. I'm sorry, Supervisor Daniels isn't here. We were challenged by her. How do we take the resident frown and turn it upside down? Well, we've got some ideas on how we do that. Car Week, nobody owns Car Week, right? But the community benefits greatly from Car Week, over $100 million event. But we've got to find ways to help do better than we're doing now, and we're doing a pretty good job working with the county. cmonterey.com/Car Week is the best resource for Car Week information, the things you want to go to and the roads you want to avoid. Residents use it as much as travelers. We're going to upgrade what we're doing in that space, and we're also going to work with some of our partners in the community. Ideas like, what if travel on MST buses and shuttles was free during Car Week? What would that look like? Would that encourage more people to get on buses? I think so. Another idea comes from actually Kimberly Craig and Supervisor Daniels, and that is, what if we have work from home week the same time we have Car Week? Any business that can work from home, let your team members work from home, take a few more people off the road. And we're working on other ideas like that. Next. You have talked about a number of times, what is a long-term strategic program look like with C Monterey? And we've talked about long-term agreements of some sort, and that conversation I hope will continue. But I wanted to just give you some things to think about on the next slide. It's been said by several of you that if we are going to be successful in the investment that you're making, we can be more successful if we have more projectability. These are some of the things that we can look at over the span of a 3 to 5 year. And take your pick of the things that are most important to you. Owning the Central Course as a sports stage. We're sort of moving in that direction. We've got the assets to do it between Monterey FC, the regional soccer complex, and Laguna Seca. We've got this great competitiveness that draws people in. Not to mention the U.S. Open that will be here next year at Pebble Beach, and on and on and on. Turning events into economic engines, hugely important. What would a tourism master plan look like? I'd sure like to get involved in that and developing it with you and input of others. Redistributing demand countywide, more and more. That Monterey 1000 and the arts program that we're doing, in part that's for traveler dispersion. Get them out to South County, get them out to North County, and move them about. It creates economic benefit in the smaller pockets of the county and greater economic benefit for all of us. So over the next, I just wanted you to know that we're thinking long term. We want to continue to talk about what that can look like and work with you in making that a reality. Thank you very much.
All right. We will bring it to the board for questions.
Thanks, Rob, for the presentation. It was really a good overview. And I appreciate your final comments there towards the end about, more onto South County, North County. I know you've made the comment that you're trying to urge people to stay one more night. It's obviously one of the steps. When I looked at some of your promotional information there, like that video. Everything is on the peninsula, though, and so I just like to see the invitation getting down to South County. They've got wineries. There's the Pinnacles, Missions. I know they have bad roads, but I think we can get past that, and then of course in Salinas or Steinbeck or even up the Elkhorn Slough or Moss Landing, which is unique. So I'm really supportive of everything you're doing, but really looking for that, expanding out as much as possible and showing people that in Chicago that it's more than Monterey and right in the surrounding environments, because we are a big county. We have a lot of neat features to it and a lot of reason to pull people in here. And this is a big engine to drive a lot of things.
There's no question, and it is poor choosing a bit on my part because we've got a great video. We actually just shot one at Pinnacles as part of the Monterey 1000 series. We almost got Supervisor Lopez in it, but for scheduling. But we were still out there. It's just not ready to show yet. We were actually in the Steinbeck house. We shot one of the Monterey 1000 episodes. It started there with Susan Schillinglaw and covered a lot more around there. And in development coming up in later in the summer, we're going to create little videos for each region. So Moss Landing is going to have its own video. Salinas Valley is going to have its. So I call these our product lines. If Monterey's our brand, then all the jurisdictions and regions are sort of our product lines. And so we're going to be creating more and more. But I take your point. We have it. I wish I would have brought something in addition. The Steinbeck house would have been perfect. But I'm really excited. The Pinnacles one will be publishing here soon, and I take your point and absolutely agree with you. That's part of our current master plan. Get people out into these, and we got to give them reasons to do it.
No, that's great. It sounds like you're approaching things that way, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions, Supervisor? No? No, okay. Let's open it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll open it up to public comment and then bring it back for discussion. Is there any public comment in chambers?
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. Rick Aldinger, Chair of Monterey County Hospitality Association Government Affairs Committee. I want to reinforce the importance of the role C Monterey plays in support of the now well over 27,000 hospitality workers in Monterey County. Many of these workers are supporting small mom and pop businesses in Monterey County. These folks are working their tails off to make ends meet, to do a good job, to be welcoming and hospitable. And they're working so hard at those goals, those tasks, that they don't have time, they don't have the resources, frankly, to have their own marketing department. And I know I was a general manager of the Big Sur River Inn for 16 plus years, and that was our situation. And the River Inn, like many other of these small mom and pop businesses, rely heavily on the support of C Monterey to make sure that our voices are heard. And when our voices are heard, everyone wins. Our visitors, our guests, are happy that they can patronize these smaller, more intimate settings. They love getting out and meeting the people, and that's something that we're all really, really good at. This also allows these mom and pop businesses to support their staff by offering more shifts, more hours, because people know about us now and they're coming to see us. And so I can't stress more how we all rely on what C Monterey does for the betterment of all. Thank you very much.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I'm Janine Chikarat. My day job is Managing Director of the Portola Hotel and Job. My responsibility to the county is on the Economic Development Committee, and I'm also the Chair of the Board of C Monterey, so I'm complicated. I think Rob did a good job with that, but I said to him, why didn't you show the Visit California video? We just went to Visit California with all the destination management companies from all over the state of California, and it was announced that Monterey is going to hold that conference here next year, which is absolutely amazing, given it's usually, we were in San Diego, so usually it's in a major destination, but we're having it here. But the 3-minute video is absolutely amazing because it does show all of South County. It highlights everything in our region, and he got cheers when we showed this video. We can't put it on YouTube because maybe he used Big Little Lies and maybe some music rights that will prevent us from showing that publicly. But come to our annual meeting. You'll see it there, I'm sure, at our annual meeting. And given our time constraints today, we decided not to show it to you. I do want to just simply say the reason I'm up here is to say thank you. I had my hat at MCHA for years, all through COVID, which was a very challenging time. I smile every time I see Nick Chulos because that COVID collaborative came to life because of a meeting with Nick Chulos and myself in the very beginning of COVID. So thank you, Nick, for being there for us and our industry. We're in a great space right now. Rob and his team are probably the best team I've ever seen. I know there's going to be challenges ahead of us, and I was reading about El Nino today. I'm like, oh, dear Lord, do we need another natural disaster? No. But we have great things to promote up and down the entire county, and we would love to keep that going. And Supervisor Church for just bringing forth the discussion and maybe making it a 5-year agreement. That would be amazing. So thank you for all that you've done for our industry.
Hello, Jordan Caballero with MCBC, and also commenting as a member of the public. Just want to thank you for all the hard work that you do and continued support of all of the programs within the DSA. We know that the economic impact isn't just infrastructure and tax revenue, but also the jobs that are created, which allow all of us to enjoy living in this community. So just wanted you to know, not only do we have these results from federal contracts, but also we're trying to get more information from state and local as well. So everything that you're seeing is just federal, just keep that in mind. And also, we're happy to, we're doing a lot as is, but we're happy to do more. So if you feel like you'd like more resources in your specific district, we're happy to continue to partner, whether that be workshops, one-on-one counseling, whatever it may be. We want to make you feel that, your districts are being supported specifically. So we do thank you for the support, and we're always here to help. Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing anyone else in chambers, so we'll go online. We have a phone number ending in 837.
Hi, Supervisors. This is Brian Rosen here. for tourism to really be helpful, we need good, convenient mass transportation. And it was very sad when the bus line 24 was very convenient from getting to downtown Monterey to the Carmel Valley in one shot. And now you have to get off another bus and you have to wait and you sometimes miss the bus. And people were going out there to the wineries. It was, from public transit to work, it has to be convenient. And it would be great to reinstate that. We also need to think about the train. Apparently the train's going to be coming down and we need incentives for people to take the train. Now, I understand the economic benefits of Car Week, but there are also huge environmentally negative benefits of increased tourism, not to mention with all these people driving cars to the Monterey Peninsula, we need to look at the environmental benefits. We live in a false economy. And also bear in mind that people who work in these hotels are virtually slaves. They're brown-skinned people, for the most part, who are virtually slaves, who are underpaid, overworked, and live in terrible conditions. They can't even afford to make their ends meet. And a lot of Hispanic people and people who are not legally here work in those places. They have to share homes with other people crammed in. So we're talking about slavery, modern-day slavery. And so there's more to life than money. We need an economy that is, based on righteousness, and just a bunch of more cars coming in and polluting, destroying our fragile ecosystem without even a good train in place. Maybe it's time to start rethinking this tourism. It's not acceptable if it brings more cars and more environmental degradation. It's a good idea, but it needs to be done in a much more responsible way beyond lip service. So at least wait until you get a train. And
Thank you. We'll go next to Carla Lobo.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We've got you live, Carla. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation, but I want to raise concerns regarding equity and who is truly benefiting from Monterey County's tourism investment. Today, we heard about luxury visitation, wine, country branding, Car Week, Highway 1 campaigns, conference tourisms, and plans for managed growth with another 1,000 hotel rooms. We also heard goals about owning the Central Coast sports stage, turning events into economic engines, and redistributing countywide demand. If that is truly the goal, then communities like Seaside must be intentionally included and elevated, not treated as secondary to Monterey, Carmel, and Pebble Beach. The county's own DSA guidelines require measurable community impact and support for underserved communities. Yet there is still no district level breakdown showing how much investment or tourism revenue is directly benefiting my city of Seaside and its residents, youth, entrepreneurs, or local business corridors. Seaside already has strong community demand for recreation and sports infrastructure through the Parks and Recreation's master plan, including the vision for an indoor recreation and fitness facility that includes an NBA court, basketball court. The community support is there, but investment and regional promotion continue favoring already established luxury destinations instead of helping elevate cities with untapped potential. If Monterey County truly wants equitable economic development, then Seaside must be part of the destination strategy, sports tourism strategy, and long-term investment strategy moving forward. I also want to let the supervisors know that it would be in their best interest to strongly encourage and require transparent district level reporting metrics, equitable benchmarks, and measurable community benefit standards tied to every development set aside investment moving forward. Because if there are truly countywide investments, every community, especially Seaside, should visibly share in the return and help shape.
Thank you. We'll go next to Janet. Janet?
Hi, Janet Hardesty. I would like to see the county spend money on issues on Highway 1 rather than bringing more tourism in on Highway 1. We have so many choke points along the way, and everybody that comes to the county, whether it's the cities or the unincorporated county, they must see Big Sur. And I think with San Luis Obispo, Santa Cruz, Visit California, the local businesses, the social media, the short-term rentals, all advertising Big Sur as an area, we could maybe start a program, do a 3 to 5 year program, and find solutions to correct what's going on at Bixby and other areas along the coast, rather than paying Visit Monterey to bring more tourism because everybody else is bringing it for us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised or anyone else in chambers, so we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for any discussion. Supervisor Lopez.
I just a note of appreciation for the work that's gone in, and I sent a text message this weekend. I had the opportunity to do a conference, WIR, out in Hawaii, and as part of that, there was a lot of lessons around responsible visitorship, specifically in how you, it's a weird thing to say, but train the visitor to respect a place. There was an entire 2-hour session about the efforts that have gone into training the visitor and helping them understand the culture of a place and the reason that it exists in the state that it does, meaning the respect that went into preserving it and its history. And so there were a lot of lessons there that I'm hoping I can pass resources forward to the groups that spoke today so that they hopefully can either learn some of those strategies or elevate some of those here locally to help build some of that understanding. And that comes from a visit that I recently had to Big Sur with a local businessman who pointed out to me that even if the visitorship was down, as we saw during the closure, we still had the behavior issues. And I think as part of that, it's pointing to a difference in the visitor desiring to walk away with something different. And often in our instance, that's the Instagram shot, the TikTok video, the frame that they're expecting to be able to post for clout on social media. And so understanding how that there's a need to combat that in some way. I think what I heard in that visit pointed to some of those key strategies that have been widely successful. And as part of that, I did end up doing the Road to Hana with my young family, and we were able to use a GPS guided tour guide. And it was extremely helpful in understanding the place that we were. Every time we passed a key marker, it would point out you're about to pass road marker 0. This is the beginning of the road. But it would tell you something culturally important and significant that happened there. And as that, you developed a different respect for the place that you were visiting at each stop as it talked about the history, who lived there before, what they did to preserve it in the way that it exists today. And again, it was tied to your pace. It wasn't you have to keep up and be there at a certain time. But each GPS marker you hit, and the app that we used was called Shaka Tours. And they've got guides throughout California, throughout Arizona, as well as all the different islands in Hawaii. But noticeably missing is the Monterey, the Central Coast. They do have stuff in Northern California as well as Santa Barbara and SLO. So it was interesting to me to see that we were missing as a gap there, perhaps someone to reach out to help develop, given the key historical importance of our region. Some sort of a strategy, again, as folks learn the stories, they tend to respect a place better than expecting just to show up and be catered to as a luxury destination. It's about understanding what you're visiting and what has happened in this incredible place is obviously the birthplace of California's state government. So just a few thoughts coming out of that experience, wanting to help inform a strategy as we move forward, knowing that I'm largely not talking about my district. I want to be respectful of Supervisor Daniels, who isn't on the dais with us at the moment, but those are strategies I'm hoping to share with her and her team, as well as the folks from C Monterey, hoping that at some point as well, perhaps we can develop a loop right through South County that talks about the similar history in the Salinas Valley, because there was several options under each one of those GPS guided tours. If somebody was to do the Carmel Valley loop, let's say, and understand the history of wine as its and its significance in Monterey County, being a key appellation for Pinot and Chardonnay, and being able to hear some of that history on that tour and be pointed to certain stops, I think it would be a great opportunity for us to leverage some additional visitorship without a heavy cost. I think is that something that the developer, as long as we point them to the right stories and messaging, could help us do. I think that is a way to help build a respect for who came before us, and also who continues to maintain the land. To Carla's point about, right, who are we serving in this work, and serving the people who continue to work the land, serving the people who are here before us, the natives, the native peoples of these lands. I think all their stories can be told through these mediums and build a respect at the same time from the visitor that hopefully will help curb some of the bad behavior that we've seen over the last decade, I think, and especially since the COVID shift. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, I just want to thank you for being here and for your patience. So, always the long meetings that we have here, but it's always important to at least come in here, get updates, the public to get the updates of what the Monterey County Business Council and C Monterey are doing. And I do like the strategies of C Monterey, looking at all the county and where we could promote districts 1, 2, and 3 as well. So we appreciate that work. And I would say there's a lot of good opportunities ahead of us to try to attract more visitors. It is our number 2 industry outside of agriculture. But I did just want to speak to the comments that were made earlier, because I think you talk to any hospitality worker, they take a lot of pride in their work. They are not slaves. They're members of our community. They're families. They're hardworking. They wake up every day looking forward to going to work and provide for their families and come back home as well. So I just want to, talking about respecting the land, also respecting the people should go along with that. And when we talk about attracting tourists, we're a county that wants to show we appreciate all the hard work our agricultural workers do, our hospitality workers, and everybody in between, that they contribute to our economy, and they are valued members of our community and our county. So I just want to make sure we set that straight, because things could be said recklessly, but doesn't mean that that's how we value. That doesn't reflect our values or how our own workers see themselves and their contributions to our communities.
Great, thank you. I'll just start again, thank our presentations. I appreciate the level of detail that was provided by both Business Council and C Monterey. I know I've been one who's asked for more in these presentations in terms of the number of jobs, the outcomes that we're delivering with the investment that's being made. And so I do appreciate having that additional information coming back to us. So there's sort of the larger program of how our DSA operates, and then these were the presentations based on those structures that are in place. But to the larger conversation, I just want to again raise the discussion about this is some of the only economic development dollars that the county puts back into economic growth and development in the county. And so it really being thoughtful about what is the economy that we're trying to build here in Monterey County for the future, and who's benefiting from those investments, and how are those investments supporting a sustainable, resilient future for everyone who lives and works and visits here. So I appreciate the dialogue that's playing out here, and the questions that were asked by members of the public. In terms of the Business Council, we continue to refer people over to the Apex Accelerator on a regular basis. I think that's one of the best hidden secrets that's available here in this community for small businesses and businesses looking to grow. It's free and provides that consulting that really you can't find anywhere else. So I want to just again thank Jordan, I think has left, but the details that have been provided here are real and available to everyone. In terms of the future and how we continue to think about metrics within the program and what we're looking for, I think it's the number of jobs, it's the how those positions are being paid, it's how we are making sure that we're continuing to invest throughout the county, both through the Business Council and through C Monterey. And I think those messages are coming through and being heard, and I'm hearing the responses reflected back in the reports that we're getting more and more. I do think that sort of the sustainability and livability has to remain central to the conversation for all of the investments that we're going to put back out into the community. Yeah, I did have the opportunity also to attend the Western Regions Conference last week. I attended a different set of sessions from Supervisor Lopez, but really were around disaster recovery and the way in which a community like ours would be challenged uniquely in the case of a disaster. We've been through our fair share of sort of navigating fires and floods and issues, and I do see our DSA partners as critical allies for local government in how we navigate that. So I'm again also hoping we can strengthen those relationships and consider how housing fits into that bigger picture of our workforce for these industries that we do rely on. That was a theme that threaded through every discussion, even with the folks that were serving us or driving a bus, was the question of housing and where they lived in relation to where they worked, how sustainable and secure their housing was for them. And in times of crisis, what does housing look like and how are we able to continue providing it for a workforce that may not always have the same access to resources as sometimes others in our community. So those realities were very much in our face. And then my final comment, I just want to say, I think whatever we're doing with C Monterey is working. I had an opportunity to go on an adventure to Japan over Christmas, long time planned trip with my family. We took postcards of Monterey with us and some stickers from C Monterey. And we visited, I don't know, maybe a dozen different places and passed out those postcards. Everyone was familiar with California, and most people were familiar with where Monterey was. So it was fun to be able to share a little bit of home and to see that there was a recognition and excitement over, oh wow, these are connections that are being made. So I think we're doing a lot of the right things and hope we can continue expanding the conversation into some of those deeper places that aren't always the easiest places to have conversation or the issues to talk about when we talk about like the needs of our workforce and those who really do drive these initiatives forward. So with that, I will bring it back to the board. I think we're just receiving these today, so there's no action needed. So we will say thank you for presenting, thank you for the work that you're doing, thank you for the collaboration, and we will receive the report. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to item number 17, which is our referral matrix and new referrals. And is Nick going to read? Are you going to read out the referral? Do you want me to read it out? Okay, we'll give Nick a chance to get situated.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So you have the referral matrix in front of you, which has been updated by our staff. We have a new referral from Supervisor Askew, and it is to, the referral title is to designate Monterey County as a sanctuary county for transgender, genderqueer, non-binary, gender fluid, and intersex individuals. And this referral has been assigned to the Civil Rights Officer, Juan Rodriguez, and the Health Director, Elsa Jimenez, for a report back.
And I'll just mention that this request came through our county ERG, and we submitted it as a referral instead of a resolution to ensure that it was processed appropriately, given the way the last resolution that we put forward was pulled from the agenda. So just that's the reason it's sent as a referral. We just wanted to have it go through the process so that it could come back to us as a resolution. All right, with that, we will go to referral responses. I think that's written.
Actually, it's Luis Ochoa from
Luis
Facilities,
Ochoa. All right.
and Nick Pasculi was involved in this particular response, but he's traveling on the road today, unable to be here. So.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thanks for having me here. My name is Luis Ochoa. I'm the Capital Improvements Manager, and I'm doing this presentation, and I want to give credit to my coworker, John Snively, who really put the board report and this presentation together. So this presentation is regarding the preliminary response to the board referral 2026-02, which is regarding renaming the County of Monterey Agricultural Commissioner's Office in Salinas to the County of Monterey Richard Nutter Agricultural Resource Center. What you see here is the Abbott Street campus that belongs to the Ag Commissioner. And this facility is composed of two main buildings with landscaping and other improvements, as you see there from the aerial. It has two addresses, 1428 Abbott Street and 1432 Abbott Street. So this is one of their main campuses. And what you're seeing here is, and what you will see in the next following slides is options for these referral. Examples of signage in the following slides created by staff with AI assistance. No actual design concepts at this point. Final design and locations, as well as cost, may vary based on structural and any other factors that we may want to consider. And one more factor that I want to mention in there is that the name proposed for the building is consistent with the criteria listed in the proposed building naming policy that is currently in the making. And so we want to highlight that the current proposed name is following that policy that is in the works. What you're seeing here is what will become option one, which is within the conference center. Previously and unofficially, this conference center was named after Richard Nutter. It had It used to have a plaque, and for whatever reason, that plaque was removed from the location. But this really provides a very distinct and prominent campus location, and it has good signage options within this campus. And so what you're seeing there is pictures of that conference center. And this is what really that option could look like. In here we're recommending that we have external or internal plaques and window signage. So you'll have two options there. One, to put it in right next to the conference room or along the glazing. And down the line, there could be an opportunity for arts, projects, or additional historical information. And one key thing I want to highlight is this is the Agricultural Commissioner's preferred option. Second option developed here is in the main office leading to this campus. There's already existing plaques and recognitions in this area, as you can see there from the pictures. There's interior memorial will require some reworking of the existing setup, as you can see there from the picture in the bottom. Building includes multiple addresses as previously described. How could that option look like? Here you have two potential options of how that plaque could look in that space. Option 3 is a campus-wide naming. This is lesser opportunity for regular use of the name. Will require additional time and effort by staff to develop a feasible concept, probably potentially also engaging a consultant to help with this strategy. And the reason why we're here is to get recommendations from the Board of Supervisors. Letter A, receive a preliminary analysis report in response to the board referral. Second is direct staff in the following two items. Continue to develop the project to rename the County of Monterey Agricultural Commissioner's Office in Salinas to the County of Monterey Richard Nutter Agricultural Resource Center, including developing building signage and a plaque as requested in the referral, and return to the board for final naming approval. Number 2, proceed with completion of referral based on modifications by the board. Then going back to the recommendations, the other option could be to rescind the referral. And last but not least, provide further direction as you all may deem appropriate. And with that, this presentation is completed, and I open it for any feedback questions you may have for me.
Great, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board.
Maybe we should hear from public comment first.
All right, let's go to public comment. We would love to hear from public comment. And thank you for your patience hanging out with us all afternoon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Mark Del Piero, and I'm the current CEO and Managing Director for the Ag Land Trust. And I have 4 members of my board of directors here today. First of all, to express our deepest appreciation to Supervisor Church and Supervisor Lopez for bringing this matter before the board for your consideration. Our board had the privilege and pleasure of working with Richard continuously from 1999 until he passed away 2 months ago. I had the honor of knowing and working with him since 1978 when I got appointed to the County Planning Commission, and he made the second presentation to the County Planning Commission that I was ever lucky enough to hear. And I spent that time, including the 12 years on the Board of Supervisors, working closely with him as well. With me today is Heather Golden Jensen, the chairwoman of our board, Bob Roach, who's also on our board, formerly your Assistant Ag Commissioner for the County of Monterey, Lawrence London, and Henry Carrasco. All of us knew and honored the memory of Richard Nutter greatly. On behalf of the Board of Directors today, again, I wanted to thank Supervisor Church and Lopez for bringing the matter up. We understand that things are not necessarily easy for the County of Monterey these days financially. And so on behalf of our board, recognizing what you guys are considering today, our board collectively has authorized me to indicate to you that we're prepared to make a $5,000 donation to the County of Monterey to help you cover the costs of the project that you choose to go forward with. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Bob Roach here. Dick Nutter hired me in 1987, and I went to work at the old building at 120 Wilgar Way, across from the hospital. Excuse me. So this was a World War II era facility. It was totally inadequate for our needs at the time, much less into the future. We shared it with the Cooperative Extension, and there was no parking. So, Dick had the vision to move forward and construct the new facility. And I was there and I participated in that. And that was a big upgrade, The picture didn't even show the whole thing. We used to be in that little cramped facility. Weights and Measures was a separate facility on Alisal Street. So it greatly improved our office space. We now had more storage for the Ag Extension. The Ag Extension had a much better office. And this was all done at very little cost to the county because Dick worked a deal with the Hardin Foundation and the hospital, and I don't even know who else. But he got the land, and we were able to build that building at very little cost to the county. So I think his memory deserves nothing less than to name this whole facility after him. And staff should go stroke your chin a little bit. We I figured that out. And it's Dick Nutter. People used to say neuter. He hated that. Dick Nutter. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Henry Carrasco, certified crop advisor. Knew Richard Nutter for about 20 years while he was Ag Commissioner. We worked very closely with pesticide regulations and signage for farm workers and that type of thing. I encourage the acceptance of the proposed signage. However, I prefer a sign like Sam Farr has out at the university, not the university, USDA facility on Alisal Road, where it's visible by the public, where it'd be out in front of the Ag Commissioner's office so they could see Richard Nutter, Monterey County Ag Commissioner. And he was a great man, helped me very much. I've been in the business for 50 years, just retired. So Richard Nutter and I were very close at developing the pest control regulations of Monterey County. I'm past president of Monterey County Pest Control Advisors and past president of the California Pest Control Advisors. So we worked very close with Richard Nutter and Hartnell and Monterey Bay and the different colleges to make sure the farm workers and the public is safe from pesticide residues. And Richard was a great asset. I'll miss him dearly. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, boards and chair and Olakompa. I came to this area in 89, and Dick Nutter was tough. I mean, but he was fair. But, you know, I don't know if you guys noticed too, but Monterey County, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Bob, but it was one of the first counties in the United States that started organic program. So there's a lot that Dick Nutter did that wasn't known. But, you know, I had a lot of run-ins with him, but you know, he did help to promote and with the enforcement of laws and regulations. So there's a lot of changes out there that, you know, that helped the farm workers, because when I came to this area, I only work with the Hispanic growers. So I've been known as Lorenzo, Larry, depends on what your ethnicity is, you know, but I work with Hispanic growers, and I work closely with Dick Nutter and Bob Roach and the people in the county office to help to improve the disposition of the laws and regulations. So he's done a lot. You know, he was tough, but he was fair. And I think the original signage they had, I think, was adequate because it was visible on driving around Abbott Road. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Any other public? No. Okay. And I don't see any hands raised online, so we'll close public comment. Thank you for sticking it out with us all afternoon again. Now we'll bring it back to the board.
So I have one question on here, too, and that is the on the option 3 on the campus-wide naming designation. It says that could be evaluated, and I was just looking for an explanation, a little more detail than we have here. However, potential complications with legal addresses, as well as less opportunity for regular reference and use compared to a building-specific naming assignment, would require additional time and effort by staff to develop a feasible concept. Luis, could you elaborate on that a little bit more, please?
And this is regarding option 3, correct? So I think on this one, given that we're talking about more of a campus approach, I will assume that what my coworker John Snively was thinking about is whether we want to have signage, you know, throughout the campus, not just on one single location. That's why he was referring to, like, it will require more time and effort to kind of think about all of the potential placements where, you know, the name will need to show up and how it will. So I think from that perspective, I think that's why he was indicating that it will require additional time and effort by staff to come up with that approach.
Okay, there was also the reference about legal addresses. Do you know what that concern was there?
I think he may have been referring to the 2 addresses that you saw on the presentation, which are assigned to this facility. I will imagine is one parcel that has 2 legal addresses assigned to it, 1428 Abbott Street and 1432 Abbott Street.
I see. Thank you. So there was a suggestion made from the public comment about putting one big sign out there, perhaps, and instead of, you know, doing maybe identifying the various buildings on that way. Is that feasible? Would that take a lot more effort to design if we were to go that route?
I think when it comes to, and from my professional background being the capital improvements manager, the bigger, the more prominent it is. Of course, we're going to have to start thinking about bringing on a structural engineer and whatnot, depending on the size, how prominent, what materials is going to be composed of. Of course, it's going to require a designer, an architect. So it adds that extra level of complexity. It can be done as long as the resources are there to be able to execute it.
And that would be the concern is not, I mean, right now we're looking at, with these plaques, about 7,000. I think I saw something in there. Is that about right?
Yes, I think my colleague, John, he had run some numbers, kind of like schematics based on some of the renderings that you see that he did through AI, and he got some pricing. And I think with what you see there, it was about a $7,000 proposal. But anything more significant, of course, it will come at a bigger cost.
Okay. I mean, I'm open to the idea of doing something campus-wide if we can keep the cost down. I mean, I think we're running through some tight budget times, and I know that we have $5,000 donation here to go forward onto that. But I'll pass it to the rest of the board for other comments here at this point or any of the questions they have.
No other questions on this side, just appreciation and support in terms of where the naming goes. I think I'm fine with the concept of the campus. It's just maybe how we get there, what the cost is, I think drives then the rest of the conversation. So understanding, are we talking about a $25,000 cost or a $100,000 cost, I think is a key marker in determining what sort of signage we're after.
Yes, I would favor option one. I think it seems like what staff recommended, the cheapest option, the easiest option to put a sign in front of that conference center. At conference center, we used to use it every month for Transportation Agency of Monterey County. We kind of grew that space, but it was heavily utilized by several local governments. But I have no issue. And then the planned enhancements for indoor art, as that commissioner is looking at, seems a great way to help revitalize that conference center as well.
I'll share support for moving forward. And I think the question just comes down to what the cost is and how do we, does the Ag Commissioner have funds available? Where would we need to incorporate that or consider that within the county budget?
Or private donations.
Or private, I mean, thank you very much to the very generous offer as well. That's meaningful and significant. And just listening to the public comment, I didn't know or work with Mr. Nutter, but it sounds like there's a lot of history to be honored and recognized with the legacy that he laid. It sounds like we continue to follow in many of those footsteps. And so maybe thinking about, a sign is important, but finding some way to document the legacy and some of the achievements that he helped make possible here in Monterey County. Having that information available on the Ag Commissioner's website could be another way to honor and make sure that we're, learning from those lessons from those who've come before us. So I would suggest that as well as something to think about, and maybe those who worked with Mr. Nutter can help gather that information, or maybe it's already available. So I'll bring it back to Supervisor Church, and we won't be opening it up to public comment again. I'm sorry, but we'll go to Supervisor Church.
So I'll make a motion here then, and I don't want to keep this thing going on and on, but I would like to explore the idea of a campus sign, or a larger one, and also private donations, as we've already started onto here. So perhaps if we can get a little research on what the cost might be, I think if we go to 100,000, as Supervisor Lopez said, I think we're going beyond what we want to do. 25,000 isn't so bad, particularly if we could get some private donations. So my suggestion would be if staff could research that, perhaps contact Supervisor Lopez and I, and I'd be happy to look around and evaluate where we think we're at on the cost on this and whether we can get the private donations, and and then bring it back here to the board if that's a feasible route. Otherwise, we'll go with a less expensive route as of the plaque like it's been proposed.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion. I could make it a little shorter, but I wanted to kind of explain what I was doing first there, so I'll make the motion a little shorter, and that is to explore a larger sign and the front and look at some private donations for that, and if they can bring it back to the board for that as a comparison with the plaque. So we're kind of looking at two options here then, just depending on the cost.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Church, a second from Lopez. Staff, are we clear on what the motion is? Do we need any clarification? Any clarification needed on the motion?
I believe I understood what the request is. We'll come back with further direction on that.
Okay. And with that, we'll do all in favor. Aye. Any opposed? None. All right, passes. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here.
Of course, thank you. Oh, you're all ready to go. Okay, and thank you all for joining us this afternoon. Okay, we will now move on to, we have another referral response. Item number 19, regarding proposed modifications to allow discretion to judges of Monterey County in imposing a $15 fee. And Susan, you've got your mic ready to go.
Thank you, Chair. In October of last year, this board adopted a resolution which required the Monterey County Superior Court to impose a mandatory $15 assessment on individuals who violate a written promise to appear or a failure to comply with court order. And that's consistent with Penal Code Section 853.7A. Subsequent to this board adopting this resolution, Presiding Judge Vasquez contacted Supervisor Alejo requesting that the resolution be amended to allow discretion for Monterey County Superior Court judges to waive the fee in certain cases, presumably in cases where the person was indigent or had mental health issues or a variety of reasons. So if this board chooses to modify or amend the resolution, we would simply come back on consent calendar with the amended resolution. The board could direct county council to do that, or if the board did not want to make any changes, then you would close out the referral. And that's pretty much it.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yes, I want to be clear on what the judge said and what he didn't say. First of all, this was brought to us by the Sheriff's Office. It was put on consent agenda in October. Didn't have much discussion. And it wasn't a lot of money that would be potentially raised by this. The staff report said potentially $60,000. What the presiding judge, Vasquez, did come say, just brought it to our attention. He wanted to be very clear. He didn't want to cross any lines. He goes, hey, any decisions, amendments, that's up to the board, but I would ask to relook at this. And so I'm the one who you brought up in the staff referral, perhaps allowing judges to have the discretion on a case-by-case basis rather than make it mandatory in every single case to impose the $15 fee. What the presiding judge did bring up, it's not just a $15 fee. With other fees that get tacked on, it grows to like $100. And they were concerned because he sees it all the time in criminal court where it's somebody who has serious mental health issues, or they're homeless residents, right? Or it was an indigenous speaker, which we know there's many that don't even speak Spanish, that they have serious limited language barriers. So he said there's real cases, Luis, that where these cases come in, and it might not be in the interest of justice in all cases to impose this fee, because it hurts the people that you're trying to help work through their issues and getting them into the services they need. So this referral is not asking for what the language is. It's asking have county council talk to the court CAO and perhaps the judges that are most inclined to weigh in on this, and then maybe making some refinements. It seems like a real easy one, right? Either instead of having shall to a may, or saying it shall be imposed unless a judicial officer determines it's not in the interest of justice to impose the fine. It's just really small language, and that way it's not in all ball court. It just puts it in the judge's ball court on a case-by-case basis to determine whether this fee makes any sense. And I think that's what we're asking. We're trying to be responsive to our court partners and making sure that they're able to do their jobs, but also not make things more difficult for those that we know do have serious mental health or other complications in their life where paying this $100 would be a significant barrier for them to comply with everything else they need to do, and then they're getting violated for not paying certain money when we know that they don't have the ability to be able to do it. So that's the intent behind this. But I did want to be respectful to the judge because he didn't tell you what we should do. He just wanted to bring this is a problem. The supervisor should look at it. And then I said, well, who should we follow? He goes, follow up with the CAO's, our court CAO's office, and then we could have that communication with the county council's office. So I just wanted to acknowledge how respectful the judge was and not wanting to cross any legislative lines on addressing this particular issue.
Supervisor Lopez.
So I'll concur, having had a conversation with the PJ about this issue. The concern was real, and I think another instance is a potential that was brought up was if, say, there is ICE activity outside of a jail setting or outside of a court setting, and somebody chooses not to walk into the building, now all of a sudden they're going to be hit with additional fees, burying them even deeper before being able to reschedule and come back because that fee would be automatic. And so for many reasons, I'm supportive of looking at giving discretion to the judges in these instances. Again, knowing when it came forward with little discussion, not a lot of concerns were raised, but now in hindsight, having heard that there's positions the judges feel that now they're required to put that on, I think giving them discretion would be appropriate. And so finding the right way to do that after a conversation with the court's appropriate staff members, I'd be supportive of seeing this come back and get resolved. Thank you.
And one more thing, they said the county of Ventura initially imposed this as well, but then I think when they got feedback from their justice partners, they removed the resolution in its entirety. So other counties have had to backtrack on this as well for the reasons stated.
Nick, did you have a question, comment?
No,
Oh,
no.
All right, Glenn, any comments, questions? Okay, I'm supportive, and I think we can bring it back. I think there's all the reasons to leave discretion in the hands of the judges, and that they will take that responsibility with all due seriousness and respect. So I'm happy to see this come back. Do we need a motion on that? Oh, okay. Okay. Is there any public comment on this item? I'm seeing no one in chambers and seeing no hands raised, so we'll bring it back. Do we need a motion on this?
No, you don't.
Okay.
I received the direction. It's unanimous.
So it can come back. Okay.
I'm good.
Great, perfect, thank you. So with that, we will now bring it to our county administrative officer comments, and we have Nick Chulos joining us
Thank you.
this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. County Administrative Officer De La Rosa is on her way to a conference in Sacramento and wanted to make sure that she shared the following with you. The county administrator and department directors remain steadfast in serving the community with dignity, integrity, and respect. To that end, the county administrator's recommended budget for FY 26-27 will be released digitally today for review by the public in anticipation of the budget hearings at the end of this month. And I'd also like to just add our thanks to the board for the direction you've provided so far, to the department heads and to our budget staff, particularly Michael Beaton, our assistant CAO, and Deja Cerro, our budget director. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And then we'll bring it to board comments. We'll start with Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I did want to first just say that we have a special visit tomorrow. I think Supervisor Church and I are going to be there. We have the California Transportation Agency Secretary, Omashakin, coming, and the Caltrans Director, Dina L. Tomasi, coming to visit Monterey County. I think we're visiting 6 different sites. All important ones, stuff that Chris has been working on, south of Salinas and others. So we'll be spending the afternoon doing that. Later this week on Thursday, we're laying to rest 8 of our veterans, I think with our Military and Veterans Affairs Office and local veterans community at the Monterey Bay Veterans Cemetery. 8 of our unclaimed veterans who are being laid to rest there. They have a home to be laid to rest. This Thursday, I think it's going to be this Thursday, is when the governor's releasing the May revise. They usually have a press conference. It'll be interesting to see if the governor shows up, because he wasn't there at the January release, rather than Friday as it was originally anticipated. But it's just one of those things to watch, and what changes may be in the state budget, whether the revenue came over than what was anticipated in January. But for us at the county, we're looking to see what revenues are there to help address and mitigate the adverse impacts of HR1 to our Department of Social Services, our Health Department, Natividad Hospital. So that's one for all of us to watch, because if there is resources there, it makes providing more funding for counties to offset that pain more viable going into a budget vote on June 15th. Last but not least, I wanted just to give a special shout out to my longtime staff of, now this is our 17th year working together, Javier Gomez. His birthday is this Friday, so I want to wish him a very happy birthday and really commend him and thank him for not only his friendship with me, Linda, and Jasmine in our office, but also all the hard work he's done for the people of Monterey County for such a long time. And it has been really an honor working with him and seeing him really give back so much to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just to report, I'll be headed down to San Pedro for Coastal Commission tonight. And so we've got our meeting tomorrow. Luckily, it's a short one. It'll be a 2-day meeting, meaning I'll be able to be back home for work on Friday. I also want to thank RCRC, who sent me out to WIR to do some work there on behalf of the rural counties, and really appreciated the opportunity to learn from our colleagues from across the western states. It was good to see 2 of my colleagues there as well. Very well-attended conference with a lot of sad moments, learning about the tragedy of Lahaina, to walk those streets and see buildings still not put back up, to see coring samples that I'm familiar with from having my parents' building burned to the ground, piled up so high that they looked like they could have been a building themselves, was absolutely devastating. And look forward to continuing to support their recovery as we obviously look to the lessons from their tragedies to make sure that we don't have those repeated here. But I do want to thank everybody, especially those of Maui County who helped put on that conference, for all of us to learn so much over those 3 very fruitful days. But with that, the fair is this weekend, and look forward to seeing everybody out there who's going to make it. It should be a action-packed weekend with a lot of action in the ring on Saturday. And yeah, that's all I've got. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Right. So this Saturday, 10 to 2 at the Ace Hardware in Prunedale, it's a wildfire preparedness event. It's an opportunity to find out how to make your property more fire resistant and learn more about the benefits of Firewise communities, which there are now several of them in North County. There are quite a few over in Carmel Valley, and they are expanding and are a very effective way to keep a neighborhood safe. Also on Sunday between 9 a.m. and 8 p.m. Out on Moss Landing, a Sunflower Star Laboratory Spring Social. It's quite a little mouthful. Is at their lab next to the Woodward Cafe in Moss Landing, and if you're out there, stop at the Woodward Cafe. You got nice seating right there next overlooking the water and some good food. But the Sunflower Star Laboratory is I had a tour there a year or 2 ago, and it's a really interesting opportunity there for people to have a chance to see what's going on with their research on the endangered sunflower star. And so they'll also have beer and some crafts and sales, with part of the sales going to support the lab's work. And that all winds up with a trivia contest in that evening. As I say, it's 9 to 8. There's also on Monday out in Watsonville, the Hope Village grand opening between 1 and 4. That's on First Street. And Hope Village, as we have discussed many times here, it's 34-bed congregate center, and it is looking forward to that grand opening there. And finally, on a little bit more of a personal note, I'm going to congratulate my youngest son, who is a resident of District 2, but a student in District 4 at CSUMB, and has had because of COVID, a delayed process in getting his degree. So this Saturday, he's at the. They will be they will be holding their ceremony at the Salinas Sports Complex, so it's actually going to be all over. It's going to be District 1, too.
Cover everyone.
So you do that through all the districts. Yeah. So looking forward to him doing that. I know he's looking forward to going on to graduate work, and hopefully he can find something, what he's doing in this unusual graduate or degree of computer software and chemistry. So anyway, that's me, and I'm done.
Great, thank you. I will make a couple announcements. Had a fantastic time. I want to thank everyone. There were about 300 people that came out to Toro Park last week for the NAMI walks, celebration of the work that NAMI provides to family members of residents who have serious mental illnesses. So learning how to live with joy and find ways to grow together as a community was fantastic. And then the Parenting Connection from Monterey County hosted a birth and family fair at the integrated Al-Sal Health Center, which had dozens of booths and lots of resources for new families. And in addition, the Catholic Charities, I went to my first Derby with the Catholic Charities. They raised a lot of money to support the work that they're doing. And then same thing with Veterans Transition Center. They had their 3rd annual gala with some really incredible stories shared from individuals who have graduated through the VTC programming and are now giving back to the community in significant and meaningful ways. I want to upcoming events. We have a couple. East Garrison Community Services District Advisory Committee will hold its regular meeting on Wednesday, May 3rd at 6 p.m. in the fire station meeting room. And the agenda will include a presentation from Housing and Community Development staff about the status of build out of the master planned community. That discussion will also occur earlier in the day at 3 p.m. With the Planning Commission. And so I want to make sure that everyone is aware of those two very important meetings and discussions that are taking place regarding the future of East Garrison and the timeline for build out. On the 16th of May, Greater Victory Temple in Seaside will be holding a groundbreaking event to celebrate the start of an additional 21-unit, very low-income housing development that will be built on the Greater Victory Temple property, one of the church development opportunities. So we're really excited to continue seeing more low-income and affordable housing built in District 4 with support of our cities and community around who's supporting these projects. So want to give we'll be there celebrating that. And then tomorrow, May 13th, while the CSD holds its community meeting, I'll be holding a Wednesdays with Wendy virtual community meeting to discuss the Behavioral Health Services Act plan. We'll have some representatives from behavioral health with us, as well as the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers and some of the affected service providers who are learning what we need to do to navigate these changes. So that's open to the public, and everyone's available to join me online tomorrow at 6 p.m. With that, I don't have anything else, and so we will ask for any readout from closed session.
There is a readout from closed session. This board unanimously ratified joining amicus briefs in Danco Laboratories versus the state of Louisiana et al. And GenBio Pro versus the state of Louisiana in both United States Supreme Court cases in support of reproductive rights, specifically access to the drug, I'm going to mispronounce this, mifepristone, via telehealth medicine. And that's it.
Great, thank you. And I did actually have one other question from my colleagues, a comment. We heard some public comment this morning about a resolution that had been placed on the, submitted through the process, placed on the agenda a couple weeks ago regarding the commitment to constitutional order the community is asking to have that resolution replaced on the agenda, and I'm still not totally clear why it was pulled off the agenda in the first place, but I would like to have that placed on the agenda again, but would need some support from this board in order to do so.
I can speak to the confusion with that was it was added at the last moment and seemed to have affirmative duties for this board, including all retaking your constitutional oaths. Normally, ceremonial resolutions do not require affirmative steps by employees of the county. Even though you're elected officials, you are still employed by the county. And in the past, some of the welcoming resolutions have been at least ferreted through the CAO's office and county council. And there was a concern that we hadn't had a chance to even review it before being placed on the agenda. So the decision was made by the CAO to take it off so that a discussion could be had.
County Council, I'm confused. Usually, we've all served as chair. Every Wednesday, there's a agenda review. And usually, that's where the County Council, the CAO, the chair of the board, some other staff, I think our clerk is there, they all kind of get on the same page about what's going to be on the agenda next week. It seemed like this wasn't discussed in that process. So that's, I would just say, we have procedures, we got to follow them. In the past, when I put on agendas, resolutions, I think 100% of the time, it was always with the agreement with our CAO, County Council's office, our staff. There was no surprises, basically what I'm saying. There was no surprises that something was added after the fact. And I would just say, though, on just the substance, I'm kind of puzzled by it because this board is not the problem on these issues, right? We already take an oath every time we're sworn in every 4 years. This board is not the problem here. I think it's not putting the attention where it should be. But it's certainly, the board is not a problem when it comes to upholding the Constitution or upholding the rights of our residents. We've done that time and time and again. And so it seems like it's a symbolic thing that is making us focus energy where we should be putting it somewhere else at this time. But on constitutional issues, we've gone above and beyond what most counties have done during these turbulent times, including advocating for state legislation, federal legislation, joining federal lawsuits, putting significant resources to standing up for immigrant communities and LGBT, women rights. I think we've done. I look at counties across the state and where the board's positions they've taken, and this board has done way more than the majority of counties in California. So I just don't know why this is being brought to us when it shouldn't be us doing it. It should be the federal leaders upholding the Constitution or our Supreme Court, which is backtracking on many of our long-established rights, such as the Voting Rights Act of 1965. That's where the problem is. It doesn't lie with this board. So I'm just confused about the intent about it, and it seems like it's misdirected where we should be putting our energy on those causes that are potentially putting our communities at risk, and it's certainly not this board.
So I'll just announce now, I will push it back through the process. We ran it through the process once. I'm announcing that we'll run it through the process a second time. So unless there's any objection from this board to have it placed, you can coordinate with the CAO on that directly. But I'm hearing from the public that this is a priority and something that they're desiring. So that's why we brought it forward. So, okay, thank you. With that, we are adjourned.